Once we repair this building and restore this building, it's brand new on the inside. We got to restore it because it was damaged. But brothers and sisters, modern. We don't have to worry about asbestos. We don't have to worry about lead paint. We don't have to worry about asbestos. We don't have to worry about lead paint. Brothers and sisters, we need the FDMG sign very large on all 4 buildings. I want to put the big logo in glass. I want it to light up at night. So when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, when somebody drives down Ifatunde Boulevard, they will see the FDMG sign lit up at night. Cows, horses, chickens. Buck, buck, the loosey goosey. You buck, 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 the loosey goosey. You buck, 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 buck. Anyone who has hated on me or this, you are not allowed in my school for the rest of your life. You can't come to an event. You can't come to the Pan African Youth Conference. You can't come to the Black Women's Fashion Show, the Black Women's Conference. You can't come to the study groups. You can't come to the think tanks. You can't come to none of the formals, none of the parties. You can't come to the yoga class. You can't come to the fitness center. You can't visit the Pan African Library. If you have ever hated on me or my school, your ass is not allowed. And if I catch you loitering around my campus. How we doing there, gorgeous? I want to have a conference. I want music. I want fashion show. I want seminar. I want yoga class. I want African language. I want a musical concert.
Oh, say, can you see the abandoned buildings behind me? I don't mean to criticize, but I'm tired of the lies. There's no HVAC to be seen. Donde estás, brother Jose Martin? What about the taxes still owed? 119 stacks, truth be told. And the rock still sits there, the only thing that gets care. No school to be found, plenty of trash on the ground. Oh, see that trap vandal scampus right over there. Run them donations, 'cause it ain't free, 'cause it's a scam. Can't you see?
Right across the street, we got a big park. We want to rent that out and do a big park, a big celebration with food and festivals and activities for the children with over 100 vendors.
All right, Cookie Crunch Chat, thank you so much for tuning on in. Cookie Crunch Chat's Undefeated. We got quite a bit to get into. I want to try to get everything done in 2 hours. We're going to sleep. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I love y'all. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG, it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG. coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking, it's twerking.
And there's that word, ladies and gentlemen, sabotage, sabotage, sabotage. Yeah, it's always everyone else's fault, but the truth is that the situation with FDMG is Umar's fault. And the situation with Umar and everything else that's going on behind the scenes, it's Umar's fault. It's no one else's fault but Umar. Big lesson for us as men is hold ourselves accountable. Never blame anyone else. If it's our fault, it's our fault. We own up to it and we do better. Okay? Umar has yet to learn that lesson. Today, Cookie Crush Chat, thank you all again for tuning on in. We're going to be looking at a clip from Umar, an interview that Umar did. It's kind of like an update video. I haven't watched it, but he's talking about FDMG. And it's the Danza Report. I'm not familiar with the podcast. Someone sent it to me, and we're just going to get to this segment. One of the segments that has been uploaded. It's about 16 minutes long, so we'll probably be here, I want to say maybe an hour, hour and a half. I want to try to get this within 2 hours. Okay, so that's on the agenda for today. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow unless something happens. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll play it by ear. I don't plan on uploading or setting up a live stream for tomorrow. Normally, I do it right after the show's over with. But tonight, I won't do that. But if something happens for tomorrow, then we'll get back together tomorrow around the same time. Okay, that's the plan for today. Thank you guys so much. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat. I want to also, I know I shouldn't have to, but I want to apologize for the grotesque nature of the last two live streams where we covered Umar cleaning toilets. One of the most heinous videos that I've seen out of probably not even just with Umar, just in general, completely and utterly disgusting. And I don't say that as hyperbole or to joke or to even demean, just the nature of what we saw. And you guys will probably all agree, hit the one, was something that it's just something else, something else. So trigger warning, if you haven't watched those videos and you want to get into the archives and watch those at some point, just be prepared. It is not nice. It is not good. It is not sanitary. It is an abomination. And it speaks to what someone had said yesterday, that it's symbolic of what all of this has turned into with this FDMG school scam. But not just that, also Umar in his personal life. This has been a really huge year for Umar in terms of being exposed, and a lot of his personal life has come to the forefront through different measures, and he has yet to recover from any of it. That's why he's been largely gone. Now, real quick, before we get into the video today, Umar did go live today. And I just want to play a little bit of it because there's no need to play all of it. The video in total, it's about, let me see here. It's only about 5 minutes long, but I just want to play. In fact, what I'll do is I'll talk and continue with this introduction as I play it. All right, so here it is right here. Okay, I'll mute it too because he actually doesn't say anything. This is just Umar. He's gonna eat some honey, some buns, Cinnabons. I'm sorry. I told myself we got to have a serious show today. He wants to live stream this for everyone to see. Okay, Umar does not have a job. Umar does not have a legitimate business. This is donation money. It looks like he's at the airport, allegedly. I mean, he could be someplace else, but he spends his time live streaming today, and he's eating Cinnabons, allegedly at the airport. All right? He doesn't say anything. He just looks in the camera. I think he's looking to see what the comments are. Very difficult these days for Umar to go live because his followers on Instagram have turned against him. And so what he tends to do, and he's been doing this more recently, he'll live stream, and then he won't say anything, and he'll just look at the comments to kind of get a feel for how people see him right now. And a lot of people, we've been talking about this more recently, ultimately they've seen what Umar and who he is, and as a consequence, more and more people are criticizing Umar. More than ever before, critics are coming all out the woodworks, which is great, and Umar does not know how to handle it. So he tends to just live stream, and he'll be quiet unless he wants to beg for money, and then he just wants to see how people in the chat room are responding, and he's trying to gauge their response so that he can get enough courage to actually go live and talk. But obviously in this video, he actually doesn't say anything. He's kind of just what we used to call flossing back in the day, showing off, himself eating these Cinnabons. Okay, that's Umar. All right, and this video goes on for several minutes. He doesn't say anything. He just looks in the camera, and it ends. And he, brushes his beard. This is a self-soothing behavior right here. This is also Umar in his insecurities. He wants to see people say positive things about him. This is tied to the narcissism too. Who gets online and I don't know. Anyway, eats Cinnabons and then starts to manicure themselves online. All right, but that's Umar. Anyway, if there's anything else that comes out over the next couple of days, we will cover it dealing with Umar. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to get right on into the interview that Umar did on. It's called the Danza Report. Shout out to them. And this was from the 12th, which would have been, that would be this past Sunday. Okay. All right. Thanks to everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat. I also want to take a moment to thank everyone who's been supportive of the YouTube page. There is a poll today. Our goal today is to get to 500 likes. It's going to be a shorter show, so we may not hit that goal. But if at any point you're enjoying this show, go on and hit that like button. I definitely appreciate it, and it helps to get these videos out to the algorithm. The video from a couple of days ago, over 20,000 views. The video from yesterday is probably about 17,000, maybe 18,000 views. So shout out to the Cookie Crush Chat. Everyone who watches this, even later on. I appreciate y'all. The poll question is, when will FDMG open? We have 651 votes so far. 5% said 2026, 2% said 2035, 9% said 2055, and 84% said never. All right, I'm going to say never. There will never be an accredited school opened by Umar Johnson. He's already admitted that the school will not be accredited. So it's a moot point at the end of the day. All right. Okay. And also, real quick, we had a couple of new members sign up. Sonia became a member today. Thank you so much, Sonia. I appreciate it. We have hundreds of videos for members, archive videos on Umar and other stuff too for members. So thanks everyone who's been members, all kind of content in there, hundreds of hours. Fat Cat says the past 2 Toilet Tune Day streams were truly legendary. The grossest thing I've ever seen from Umar. That's saying a lot. Rock bottom. Watch him go lower. I don't know what he can do to go lower. It is possible though. I just can't see it. And it was one of the grossest things I've ever seen. And the fact that he live streamed it is very telling. I always have this saying that if people are doing these types of things online, and that's only a snippet of their everyday life, what kind of things y'all think they're doing offline? So if Umar is I don't even want to repeat the types of things he was doing in the toilet cleaning. I'm gonna leave it right there. Who knows what else, filthiness, and we saw the video of him flipping his phone and him living in filth like a hoarder. Okay, that's not by accident. What he did yesterday is not by accident. That's who he is, and that's what he is. And it's truly, it was gross. It was disgusting. Okay, I want to apologize again, especially to the women, because it's just anyway. Okay, thank you, Fat Cat, for being a member for 6 months. Simply Complicated became a new member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Icon 213K says, tell Umar to use extra Ajax for those toilets. 100. Yeah, let me say this too, because there were people who were saying there's nothing wrong with Dollar Tree or dollar store cleaning supplies. I never said that there was anything wrong with that. Back in the day, we used to get a lot of stuff from the dollar store. So I'm not coming from some place of sedittiness, if I can use the word. That ain't got nothing to do with Diddy too, by the way. Okay, look it up. I know Diddy. Or no high horse. What I'm saying is that when you have commercial buildings, you use commercial cleaning products. This makes sense. People hit the one. So that's a standard. You don't get around that. If you have a commercial building, and this is supposed to be a school, you use commercial cleaning products, and you can't get the commercial cleaning products at the dollar store. I'm sorry, you can't do it. All right. So that's the point that I wanted to make there, and other people in the chat were making yesterday, that it also goes to show that Umar, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know the right types of cleaning products to purchase in order to clean on that scale. That's commercial. It's a building. Okay. Allegedly it's a school someday. Okay. You don't just go to the dollar store and pick up some shit. I'm sorry. Let me stop. I apologize. I'm not going to use that word for the rest of the month. Okay. Because from yesterday, day before that, I'm not going to be using that word for a month. You have to get the right products. You should know how to use the products. And then, of course, you should also know how to clean properly. Umar does not know how to clean properly. You do not clean toilets from the inside out using the toilet water that has feces and who knows what else in it. I'm sorry, that's it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. Okay, yeah, Ajax probably would have helped. All right. Thank you, Iconic 213K for the super chat. I appreciate it. TA Christian became a member as well. Thank you so much, TA. And everyone who's new here, thank you so much for tuning on in. Yesterday, Corey Holcomb said Umar scammed the Chicago Temple. What do you mean the Chicago Temple? I will tell you this, that Umar did have a scam in Chicago. He had a school scam in Chicago. He had a school scam in Detroit. He had a school scam in Florida. He had a school scam in Ghana. He had a school scam in New York. What was it? Mount Vernon, one in New Jersey. So I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. He had a school scam in Chicago. He talked about that. He was telling people that he was going to get a school in Chicago. Then he said it may be Detroit and Atlanta. That's another one. You see, Atlanta was another one, and the list goes on and on. What I think people fail to realize is this: it's not just Wilmington, Delaware. That's not it. Prior to that, it was St. Paul's, but there was St. Paul's in 2014. But in between 2014, Black Anonymous knows all this. In between 2014 and 2019, Umar had all types of school scams that he was running. The Detroit one was crazy too, and Black Anonymous did a whole piece on that on the blog. See, so the point is, I would not be surprised. I'm not sure what it means, the temple part about that. I haven't seen that video yet. But the truth is that, yeah, Umar, he's a con man. He's a scam artist. And the school scam continues to go here in 2025. Real quick, and thank you for the super chat, Charles 2.0. Real quick, everyone, we're going to get right into the video. I've told myself I'm not going to be getting bogged down today. Because yesterday, we and the day before even more. Put all of this in context. Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2004. I have the video where he says it. He says 2005, then he says before that. Okay, let's say 2005. Okay, that's already 20 years right there. He conceptualized it in 2005, and then in 2010, he posts, and I can show you the post. I've shown it so many hundreds, maybe thousands of times, that he told people that the school was going to open. He says promises. But anyway, to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Pan African School for Black Boys, this will be blah, blah, blah. Then at the end, it says grand opening September 11, 2013. A lot of people don't know about that. That was in 2010 when he said that. And then when we get to 2014, he had other FDMG related scams, like an after school program. He was talking about a daycare program, taking the boys out into these camp situation, summer camp type of things. All that's under this quote unquote umbrella of FDMG. Also teaching them how to do martial arts. Y'all ask Bibi about that. She knows all about that. Beautiful Bernice. That's a long time ago. He was collecting money for that. That's all under FDMG. Okay, so 2010, he says the school's going to open September 11, 2013. And then when we get to 2014, he starts raising money specific. And he was raising money before that. But I'm talking specifically for the St. Paul's College. A lot of people don't even know about that. That was in 2014. So he starts collecting money in 2014. By now, it's millions of dollars. He's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't even collected a million. If you guys look at just his tax filings for 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, it's over $1 million. We're not counting 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18, or 2025. And we're not counting all the money that Umar was collecting going all the way back to 2009. So he says the school's going to open in 2014 with the St. Paul school scam. Doesn't happen. 2015, 2016, 17, 18, and then 19, he purchased these strap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. All along the way from 2014 to 2019, he has different school scams because what he was doing, real quick, he would go to a city and he would do a lecture and he would tell the people in that city that he was looking for a school in that city when he, in point of fact, he wasn't. It's a scam. He would tell people in advance. He'll go to Detroit. Yeah, I'm going to be speaking in Detroit. Please come out. I'm looking for a school in the Detroit family. Make sure you come out. So why does he do that? Then he goes to the Bronx. He does the same thing. But this time he says, I'm looking for a school in the Bronx. Then he go down to Florida. He says, I'm looking for a school, whatever, in St. Lauderdale. Right? Down in Atlanta. I'm looking for a school in Atlanta. He come out to the West Coast. He was doing the same thing on the West Coast. Shout out to Southern California. So why was he doing that? Because he's a con man, he's a scam artist. He was telling people that so that people would get excited to come and hear him speak, because he's potentially going to be opening up a school in that city. And then they would come, and not only would they come, they would buy his books, but then they would donate to FDMG because they think that he's going to open it up inside of his school. He's a con man. He was doing this for years, I kid you not. 2015, 16, 17, 18, and then we finally get to 2019, and he settles on these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware. And here we are, 2025, 6.5 years later. It's about to be 7 years. And about what, 4 or 5 months? Not one black child's been educated. So I want people to be clear about this. When people say he was scamming here, and yeah, absolutely. Because the school scam is not just in Wilmington. The school scam was not in just St. Paul's. It's global. He was talking about he's going to open up a school in Ghana. He was saying he was going to open up a school over there in the UK. London, FDMG London, and FDMG Yorkshire, and the shires. They say that a lot over there. He was naming rambling all this stuff. He said he was going to open, if memory serves me correctly, I would have to go and look because my geography ain't all that. It was either Norway or somewhere up over there. He was telling those people up over there. There was about 2 black people up. Let me stop on this point. There's about 2 black people that live in that country. And he was like, yeah, we're going to open up a school up over there to get money up over there. All right. So I'm going to leave it right there. I'm telling you, this guy, he's something else. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Chelsea says, why do you think some of Umar's scams aren't well known? I'm from Texas, so it is new to me. That's a good question. Well, I think that the research has to be done. A lot of it I'll cover inside the documentary. The research has to be done. It goes back for such a long time. This is not a new thing. Umar, people don't realize Umar, he's been around a long time, a really long time. So I think when people first come into learning about Umar, they don't know much about Umar, and in particular about the school scam. They don't know much about it. There are people who really think that Wilmington, Delaware, that this is the first time he was talking about a school, and no, this goes back to at least 2005. See, and I have to say, now I'll bring up 2005 real quick, Chelsea, and that's what I mean by the research. If people just look up Umar Johnson, UNIA letter of resignation, it was published in 2005, and look at one of the issues that Umar was having. They were going to kick him out anyway, but he puts in his resignation. It was more of a he wanted to get out in front of it. It was preemptive. That's the word. So he puts in his resignation, and what was happening was he was trying to scam them out of money for what though? Watch this. What was he trying to scam the UNIA money? And this is UNIA over in Philadelphia. He was trying to scam them and get money out of them for a building fund for what? Renovations. He's been at this a very long time. So I think a lot of people don't know, and he has so many different scams because they haven't done the research, and he's been at this for such a long time. The other thing I think is layers. What tends to happen with Umar is he's had so many different scams. The shockumentary scam. He has so many different scams, and they layer over each other. What people tend to focus on is the current FDMG school scam in Wilmington, Delaware, and everything else gets kind of lost in the sauce, because that's the thing that he kind of is attached himself to. He's still running that scam to this day. But if you do the research, you start peeling back the layers, you realize that what's taking place in Wilmington, Delaware, it's a derivative of all these other scams. And then it goes all the way back. I mean, he's been scamming since 2005. At least 2005. He's been at this for 2 decades. Yeah, that's a great question. I haven't thought about that all that much, but that's my best answer right there. Thank you, Chelsea. Real quick, let me do these, and then we're gonna get into the video. That toilet needed A jacks, B jacks, and jumping jacks. Yeah, the thing is that there's so many things that people, and I looked at comments, and not just from the video from yesterday, in the video before that, on my videos, but also comments on King Kong Consciousness, the YouTube page. They used to be the hub for Umar Johnson followers, not anymore. You should see what people are saying there. And some of those, I would say probably a significant percentage of those people, I don't know what the percentage would be, but that they used to be ardent supporters of Umar, but they can't get over that. I mean, it was one of the most egregious things I've ever seen. He's a grown man at 51. It was just, it's just disgusting, totally disgusting. And unnecessary too, for him to live stream that for the world to see. So one of the things, to get back to what you're saying here, is one of the things for Umar is that he doesn't know how to clean. It's that simple. He doesn't know what products to use. He doesn't know when to use the products. And not just the products, but any accessories, the gloves. He's cross-contaminating all throughout the building and into the gym. The same glove he was using to scrub the toilets that had feces in them, and he was cross-contaminating, getting feces on in the liquid, goodness, on the glove. He takes that and he's opening up doors. You guys see, I didn't even mention that. He was opening up doors. He picks up a basketball in the gym. She's shooting the basketball, just spreading it all about. Just totally disgusting. And then people think that somehow he's equipped to run a school. And why would you want to send a child to someone like that? That's just nuts. Anyway, Ajax, B-Jacks, and jumping jacks. The B-Jacks is for black, okay? He needs some black jack. Let me stop. Thank you, Mr. And then look at the thing on there. Here we go. It's always something with Umar. Now we got the Poopenhausen. Okay, thank you, Mr. I don't give a shit. Right. Perfect name. Thank you, Sweet D, for gifting a membership. And whoever received that, make sure you thank Sweet D. Very kind of you. Okay, I'm going to do this real quick. We'll get to the video. Charles also says, I put temple because YouTube wouldn't let me say church. Oh, okay. Umar, he did say that the Archdiocese of Chicago tried to stop him from buying a building. But he said this a long time ago. So Umar had, again, remember in the beginning, the intro shows sabotage. He claims that was sabotaged by the Archdiocese of Chicago. So that goes back to the Vatican. This guy, he's nuts. He always has an excuse. He blames everyone all the time. I remember when he first said that, we covered that when he first said that. And I told myself, even back, said, this guy, he's nuts. Why wouldn't the church sell you a building? Well, it's some sort of conspiracy and they're trying to sabotage me because they found out who I was and I'm Big Papa, blah, blah, blah. And it's the Archdiocese of Chicago. I said, if you don't stop. But that's Umar. Okay. Yeah, that will be in a documentary too, because I'm going to outline, I can't do all of them, but I'm going to outline the major ones where he was saying that he was going to buy a building and then he would give excuses as to why it fell through. Right. Thanks, Charles. I see you got the schedule too. You got the baseball schedule on there? Yeah, but that's an old one, though. Right, because that's that's from years ago, I think. Because I see the Yankees on, LA and the. Anyway, Sunshine became a member. Thank you so much. Okay, love the name. Daxter says, "Damn it, Jermaine, a.k.a. Umar, give it up." Yeah, I don't think Umar's in a position to give it up. He should. I've talked about that because it's a heavy weight. He's enslaved by this school scam. He's not in a position to give it up because this is his main source of income, and it has been now for 15 years, going all the way back to 2010. Remember, 2010, 2011, that's when he stops his career. He gives up his career. He actually talks about this, how it's like a sacrifice in his mind. I sacrificed my career to teach the people. Really what he did was he stopped working completely, and then he just starts living off of black people from 2011-ish to here we are in 2025. It's been about 14, maybe 15 years now. So for him to give it up, I mean, what is he going to do after? I mean, there's things that he could do. I could actually help him with that, But in order for me to offer my help, he would have to get out of the darkness that he is in, and he would have to stop a lot of the deviant behavior that he's engaged in for me to be in a position to be able to help him. See, and I can take him step by step to where just online. He ain't got to worry about nothing else. Just online, he can actually iron out and map out a career online where he's making significant amounts, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And he wouldn't have to be scamming and running around. But there's so much that he would have to go through in his own personal life and get stuff in order to be in that position. Because even if Umar, if people gave Umar $1 million every single year, he still wouldn't open up a school, and his life would continue to deteriorate because he would use that money to self-destruct. That's that darkness. See, you give anything that can empower someone. You give anything empowering to someone who is of the darkness, and they're going to use it to harm others and destroy themselves. It's that simple. Yeah. So he's not in a position to give it up, although it would be the best thing that he could do. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Lewis, what's up? Says you're repping the silver beards even more than my beard. I like to see you get a Carlos Boozer Beijing, Beijing with that beard. Yeah, I could just mark it in. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm gonna grow the bottom part out. One day I'll grow everything in, but I look really, really old. I look like I'm 80 something. I'll start walking funny and. All right. My wife be looking at me like, no, I'm just playing. She don't care. She loved me for who I am. She's a good woman. All right. Thank you, Lewis. Look. LTKK says, in my opinion, Umar's not ignored because black folks are ignorant. It's just most don't care. Okay, so you're saying that it's not that he's ignored. It's just that most don't care. I think that that's part of it. I think that that's part of it, that people know. We've talked about the sunk cost fallacy. That happens with a lot of people, a lot of Umar Johnson supporters. Some people, it doesn't matter what Umar does. I mean, he could literally, I don't want to use, I'm going to say he can take a shit in the building and live stream it. And then he said, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. And then as far as his devotee, like, oh, he didn't do that. LTKK did it, you know. Lenon did it. No, it wasn't me. You guys, it was East B did it, you know, Brian. Brian dropped the load, you know. Francisco, they start blaming everybody else, but only because Umar, you know, they don't want to tell, they don't want, but anyway, I think that has a lot to do with it. There are people who don't care, and there are people who they don't want to, they just don't want to face the truth. The best thing that anyone can do at any given time in life is to face the truth. Real talk. Okay. Thank you, KK. Also LTKK says he's a joke to many. Only fools easy targets like elders or single parents. It's not that we allow it. Most don't know or care about it. His grip. Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement. He does. He targets. He knows how to target. Real quick, Umar's been at this for a very long time. We're talking at least 20 years of this predatory behavior, because he was engaged in this predatory behavior back in the UNIA. He was involved with women and trying to date both. Let me stop. Oh my goodness, I'm saying too much. Just a deviant. I'm saying too much. Okay, I apologize, because I've talked to so many people, and a lot of people, they say, please, if you can just not, I just want to share it with you. I don't want you to talk about it and so forth. So I'll say too much. But the point is that what we see with Umar these days, he's been at it. I just think it's just gotten worse. It's been at least 2 decades. So he would target people even in the UNIA back in the day. Yeah. And one of his goals was to get the elders out of the way so he can take over that particular UNIA building. And so he was causing all this dissension and dealing with all these different women and trying to get the younger generation. This is Umar in 2005, 20 years ago. So he's in his 30s, early 30s. Wait a minute, no, that's not right, because he was at it way before that. I got to pull up my timeline, because he puts in his letter of resignation in 2005. So that's 20 years ago. No, yeah, that's right, because he's 51. So we're talking, he's in his early 20s. He's been at this a long time. And so he was trying to divide the different people, the different members, because he wanted to get the elders out of the way, because he wanted to be front and center, because he believed that he was the next coming of Marcus Garvey. And UNIA was established by Marcus Garvey. I mean, he's been at this for a very long time. So, yeah, he targets elderly people who don't know much. They're unassuming and they want to believe. But he also targets elders inside of these different organizations, because he was always trying to seize power and control. I'll talk about that in the documentary too. Thank you, LTKK. Sarita became a member. Thank you so much, Sarita. It's a nice name. Miranda says, hi, Lenon Cookworks FM. I'm glad we are done with the Typhoid Tunde. That was one of the funniest. I can't remember who said that, but someone called Umar Typhoid Tunde. There's just the passing. He was disseminating germs, you know, all over the place. And fecal matter has all types of stuff that's just hazardous. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's just so unsanitary. He's not sanitizing anything. He's cross-contaminated, and he's going throughout the bathroom and throughout the building, walking around. He goes into the gym. Anyway, I'm going on, but people called him Typhoid Tunde yesterday. Past couple of videos were rough. The boo-boo comments are hilarious. Yeah, I know. I was watching it, the comment section from yesterday in particular, and I was losing. It was so funny up in there. Anyway, hopefully Umar won't do anything like that ever again. Worst video. One of the worst, if not the worst, because the SETI rant is up there. But in terms of I don't know what we want to call it, being clean and sanitary and hygienic, worst video I've ever seen. Just gross. Anyway, thanks, Miranda, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Now, again, real quick, we're going to get in the video now. I want to apologize to everyone, including you, Miranda, that for the last couple of days, because of the nature of what we were watching, just very difficult to get through and troubling on so many different levels. I didn't know it was that bad. But we got through it, and I want to thank everyone who stuck in there with me. Okay, thanks, Miranda. Okay, let's get into the video. Carolyn became a member as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Plenty of content for members up there. Hundreds of videos, hundreds of hours. All right, so let's get to the video of Umar's interview on the Danza Report. And shout out to the Danza Report. I don't know much about them, but let's see what Umar says in this video. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this really special episode of the Danza Project, something that we've been trying to get going for some time. And like I have been more recently, I've been starting off my shows, seems like a lot with like apologies. You know, as I've kind of been, I'm starting to settle in as a podcaster, as a media personality, and as people are starting to get to know me, I really want to let them know who I am and what I'm about. Now, I went into a wild phase of podcasting, and I had a wild guest that kind of kept us a little bit on edge a lot. And my loyalty has always been like, oh, I'm with you, I'm with you, I'm with you. And
okay, I'm not sure what he's talking about because I don't watch the show, but if anyone knows in the chat room, let me know. Okay, you can just type it in there just so I can have a little context here. Here we go.
I tried to get you to sit down with this gentleman on the show, and everything went.
Yeah, who is he talking about? Anyone know? He won't say Drake. I don't think it's Drake. Brian says now he's reaching for Umar since him and Charleston White fella. Okay, so maybe are you saying he was trying to get Charleston White to come on, or Umar to come on with Charleston White? And something happened with him and Charleston White, and so now he's trying to bring. Well, I don't know. Okay, maybe it is Charleston. That's what people are saying. Okay, Charleston White. All right, let's keep going. I have no clue. All right, here we go.
For a little bit because it was like, oh, I'm going to make it happen and this and that. And I apologize for trying to force that issue and trying to make that happen because you clearly stated initially it's not something you were looking to do, and I shouldn't have been pushing it. And so for that, I would like to start this episode out with an apology.
No problem, bro. Appreciate it.
Wisdom, growth.
And Dr.
Yeah, Umar, he looks like he's put on a lot of weight. He doesn't seem all animated either. He has on the Frederick Douglass tight. Let me stop. He has on one of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey students t-shirts with the patch on it. This guy is so goofy. He's so goofy. None of this exists. All right. There is no FDMG. He has a badge on the t-shirt. What kind of man at the age of 51? And then, of course, he has on his wristbands, the red, gold, and green, and the red, black, and green with the Africa. Anyway, let's keep going. But he looks very subdued and very chunky. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that last comment. Let's keep going.
Umar is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Now, what's going on, Cato? How you feeling?
Yeah, he's disengaged. I can tell. He's down.
Feeling, my brother?
Man,
Yeah, I got those speakers too, but I have them in black.
I'm riding on a high, man.
Yeah.
We came back with a vengeance. Last few
Yeah, nice t-shirt with Brother Bob, as my wife calls him.
episodes have just been crazy.
Absolutely.
Topping it off with this and more to come.
Yeah.
We on a roll.
And this is one of them that I kind of been hiding when I speak to people. I'm like, oh, man, I'm telling you, we got a great episode. This episode is going to be phenomenal. So, again, my name is Danza.
Hey, yo, Kato.
And this is the Danza Project, and we have Dr. Umar. Now, before we get into any type of conversation,
So you notice Umar, he's not even looking at him. So yeah, Umar, he's in one of those states. I've seen him in, like this quite a bit.
want to know where you're at because you're constantly working.
Mm-hmm.
And when I mean,
Okay, no, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. No. No, we're not going to do that. Umar doesn't work. Running your mouth on social media and from time to time, especially more recently, because he hasn't been on social media all that much. That's not work. Again, I have proposed it many times over the last, I don't know, 3 or 4, 5, 6 years. You Umar Johnson followers, give me 10 things that Umar Johnson has done outside of running his mouth that is tangible and impactful for Black people. I'll wait. Give me 5 things. See, the thing is that in order to get to 10, you got to put in work to get to 10. In order to get to 5, you got to put in work to get to 5. So why can't you give me 10? Out of all the years, I don't mean to be, because I told myself I got to be careful because the Umar Johnson followers, I know how they be getting, I've been trying to give them grace. But out of all the years you've been following Umar, and some of you donors been sending him money, you give me 10 things that are tangible and real outside of him running his mouth and making promises that he don't keep. Give me 10 things that are tangible and real that Umar Johnson has done that takes work in order to achieve them. I'll wait. So when I don't know, Brother Danza, when he says, I know you've been working a lot, that's not a statement of fact. Umar doesn't have a job. He hasn't worked as a school psychologist since 2010, 2011. He hasn't worked consistently since 2011. He's been living off of Black people since 2011, 2010, 2011. We're talking 15 years now. In point of fact, not to go here, but one of the reasons why Umar doesn't want to work is because he's subject to child support. He has at least 3 baby mamas. And there's a 4th woman who attempted to put him on child support too. I have the receipts for that. There may be more. So part of Umar's strategy is I don't want on paper, I don't want it to be able to be acknowledged that I'm receiving any money. And he has a setup just like that. He don't work. He runs his mouth though. See, people got to do their research. See, so when child support garnishes, and Umar's been arrested for not paying child support, has all types of bench warrants. He's had his driver's license suspended quite a few times. I'm going to say many, 3 times, at least 3 times. So there are people and there are men who they want to avoid actually being on payroll where legally the court can go through a process of garnishing their wages because they don't want to give any money up. And that's why Umar decided that he was not going to be legit in terms of working legitimately and getting paid legitimately, because he didn't want his money to be subject to taxation and he didn't want his money to be subject to garnishment, child support. This is who we're dealing with here. So we cannot say that Umar is doing work, because running your mouth is not work. Not working is not work. These are all facts too. I have receipts on all of this. Let's go.
Work, and you're doing a lot more than most.
Yes, sir.
Right? Like
Yes,
it's
sir.
not.
Okay, Brother Danza, tell me, give me 10 things that Umar Johnson is doing, not talking, not saying that he's going to do, but that he's doing outside of running his mouth. Anyone in the chat room, you Umar Johnson followers, no disrespect, give me 10 things in the chat room right now. Itemize them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Things that Umar is doing, not saying he's going to do, or I promise this, or we're going to have a Black vegan sports bar, or a FDMG farm, or we're going to teach the boys how to float ships or fly helicopters, a FDMG gun club. We're going to teach them how to float ships and fly airplanes. That's not what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 11, 12. No, just 10. Itemize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not what he says he's going to do, not running his mouth, not being on social media, running his mouth or posting stuff. I'm talking about tangible things that Umar Johnson is doing. Yeah, lying. Okay. Okay. Yeah. He lies a lot. Okay, you're right about that. But I'm talking about, all right. Anyway, Umar Johnson followers, you can't do it. And Brother Danza, no disrespect, you can't do it either. So let's be fair here. Let's be fair here. I can already tell this is probably going to be what is called a softball interview. All right, let's keep going.
not just the conversations that you're having on podcasts. It's the works that you're doing in the communities.
Right.
Okay, what works are we talking about in the communities? What community are we talking about? He don't do stuff in Philly. Real talk, they don't fuck with him in Philly. So what communities are we talking about? See, if you guys look at Umar Johnson's schedule, you'll notice very quickly that he's burned so many bridges scamming black people all over the country and all over the world. His schedule used to be booked. I'm booked. Remember the Sadie rant? Not these days. Go and look. The receipts are out there. See, he's gone into black communities to get money out of them, promises he's going to open up a school and get up over there and sexually exploit black women too at the same time. Are we going to talk about that too? Is that the work we're talking about? See, there's something called fantasy and there's something that's called reality. I love sci-fi. I get it, but we're dealing with reality right now. Umar hasn't done shit. He's taken and taken and taken from the black community. That's what he does. What is he giving? And no, I'm not talking running his mouth on social media. What has he given? Give me 10 fucking things that Umar Johnson has given. I'll wait. In fact, I'm gonna give me some smoothie. I'll wait. I'm gonna wait. Go and fill it up in the chat room. Ten things that Umar Johnson has given. Yeah, the smart Barbie, not a damn thing. So again, there's fantasy and reality. We're dealing with reality here. Umar has not given to the black community. You can't say that he's working for the community or uplifting the community if all he's doing is taking. Let's keep going.
The conversations that you're having with the youth and with people in general, where are you?
Okay, he's not having conversations with the youth. What you talking about? He don't deal with black kids. And he knows that. That's why Umar looks like this, because he's a bullshitter. Look at him. I want people to provide me with 10 receipts of Umar working with children. Now, I do have some videos where he's yelling at them. Over in South Africa. I also have a video that most people have not seen. I would say 99.9% of people have not seen, where there's this, it's like almost like a brotherhood circle. And there's different people there. Umar's there too. There's other men who are there that are speaking, but Umar's talking, but it's not like it's an event that he put together and he specifically has a message for black boys that uplift them. That's not what we see. What he's doing is he's talking about this young brother, and he was kind of shaming him for his behavior. Give me 10 things. Umar has literally thousands of videos on the internet. Thousands of them. Give me 10 videos where Umar has put together a fucking program for black boys. You can't do it because it doesn't exist. There's something that's called fantasy, and there's something that's called reality. Umar doesn't deal with black boys. He don't deal with black children. He deal with their mamas, though, to get in them drawers and crush them cookies and get money. Is that work? Is that working with black boys? No, he uses the idea that I'm going to open up a school for black boys. It used to be black girls and black boys so that he can get with these women. Is that work for the community? All I'm saying is there's a line of demarcation right here. On this side, you got fantasy. On this side, you got reality. We're dealing with reality right now. See, I've been talking about this. Umar, he's created this whole narrative about what he represents and what he does in the community, and people believe that shit. Do some fucking research. If Umar says something, then there should be proof that will ultimately, there should be evidence that will ultimately prove that what he's saying is true. So if he says, I have a school, does he have a school? He don't have no school. He has some bandos, trap bandos. with feces all over the place today. Literally. If Umar says he's a school psychologist, where is he working as a school psychologist in 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019? See, the fantasy is that he's a school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist, and he's still telling people in 2025 that he's a certified school psychologist. He holds no certification for anything, and he's never been licensed for anything. Fantasy versus reality. But he's carefully crafted through deception as the great deceiver of our time. And individuals who would normally be intelligent and have critical thinking skills, and who would be willing and courageous enough to ask the critical question, Brother Danza, would recognize that Umar is nothing more than a pathological liar. But because he's carefully crafted over decades, this image, and he repeats the lies over and over, the repetition mind control, people all over the world perceive him to be something that he's not. Now, if I tell you all that Umar is not a school psychologist, prove me the fuck wrong. If I tell you anything about Umar, you prove me the fuck wrong. I've done the research. Can't nobody fuck with me on the research. I'm not here to be arrogant. Yes, I am right now. Prove me wrong. If I tell you that Umar has bench warrants for not paying child support, prove me wrong. I can pull up the receipt right now and show it to you. If I tell you that 4 women have attempted to put Umar on child support in the Philadelphia area, just in the Philadelphia area, prove me wrong. 2 of them, at the very least, were able to get child support. If I tell you that his license was revoked several times, prove me wrong. I have the receipt I can show you guys right now. See, the difference is I've done the research. Don't assume just because Umar says this A or B that that is true, because there's something that is called reality and there's something that's called fantasy. Umar lives in fantasy land and he's delusional. And what he's done as the great deceiver in the Black conscious space for decades now is he's caused people who would be otherwise intelligent people to buy into his delusion. It's called a shared delusion. All right, let's keep going.
At mentally right now, how do you feel?
I guess for me,
see, he's saying, how are you feeling mentally right now? The reason why is because he probably recognized even before the interview started that Umar is really, really down right now. And this, at least right here. And Umar is up and down. Part of it is the down. He's dealing with a lot mentally. I've talked about this, but then when he gets all up and you see him ranting and shit, that's because a lot of times Umar's high. You donors, a lot of your money, that's what it's gone to. It's amazing to me how people are unwilling to recognize that and admit that truth, because there's something called fantasy, something called reality. Let's keep going because I'm talking too much. Here we go.
the one thing that I just want to finalize is the renovations on the FDMG Academy. You know.
Okay, listen. There is no fucking reason to finalize anything about the renovations, because Umar stated the renovations. He stated the renovations were done in 2023. Do I need to pull up the receipt? Hit the one. See, but if you don't do the research, you're not going to know. And no disrespect to the Downs report, but if you're going to have someone like Umar on, you should do your due diligence. You should, because what you're doing is you're empowering Umar to tap into your audience so that he can scam them, just like the Breakfast Club has done. And some people, they're cool with that, to have that on their conscience, their conscience. Some people are cool with having these great deceivers, these Saurons, these Sith Lord types. But you know, there's something. What's his name said? There's a light side and there's a dark side. That's what it comes down to. There's a truth and a lie. Who said that on Club Shay Shay? Cat Williams said that. Real quick, Umar, he's talking about renovations, but let's go here to 2023. Let me get into my Umar Johnson years. I got 1974, 75, 76, 77, 8, 9, 10, going all the way to 2025. I have done my research. Let's go to 2023. More specifically, August 11th of 2023. There you go.
And this school came together by all members of the African family around the world. So Africa is celebrating with us. The Caribbean is celebrating with us. Our European African brothers and sisters, the ones in Asia, in Australia, Canada, and the South Pacific, my Brazilian Africans, my Honduran Africans, we got Cuban Africans and Rican Africans who are celebrating with us. We did it.
See, all of this Cuban and Rican and all this stuff, this is to tap into the Latino community to scam y'all too. Y'all be mindful of this charlatan, this great deceiver of our time in the black conscious space. He's crafty with this shit.
Brothers and sisters, they finished the HVAC today. We did it, brothers and sisters.
That HVAC still ain't finished.
We did it, brothers and sisters. Electric is done. HVAC is done. Plumbing is done. Sprinklers is done. Fire is done. Burglar is done. All systems are done. So what do we got to do next?
He was saying that renovations were complete August 11th of 2023. So what do you got to say about it now in 2025? Let me even rewind this just a little bit more. Matter of fact, watch this.
Listen up, brothers and sisters.
Watch this.
Oh, I can't wait to get to Harlem, New York on Thursday, August the 17th. I'ma talk my shit. I said when I get to Harlem, New York, who was talking a lot, all you conscious haters who
looking
my
all smoked out and shit.
Donors in Asia, my donors in Australia, my Maryland, my DC, my Philly, my Jersey, my Boston donors, my Kentucky donors, my Tennessee.
You know, it's amazing to me that people who from the streets can't see this shit for what it is. Look at this guy. Just smoked out, just smoky, pookie type. You know what I'm saying? Gator. See, there's something called the truth, and there's something that's called the lie. There's something called fantasy. There's something called, this is the reality. But you got black people, you know, yeah, I'm this motherfucker, yeah, but you can't see this shit. I'm from the streets, dog. That's how Umar said. You really? Well, Lenon, how do you know that? You seem so okay, all right, whatever. Shit. That's fine. Believe what you want to. That's fine. Let's keep going. I don't mean to laugh. Let's go.
Donors, my Minnesota donors, my Illinois donors, my Michigan, where my Ohio donors at right now, brothers and sisters, I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment, Black August 11th of 2023. I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023. I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around. Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence.
All right, let's get back. Let's get back to the video. He said it himself. August 11th of 2023, that renovations were complete. So what do you got to say about it in October of 2025? Let's see.
FDMG Academy. You know, we've been finalized. Thing that I just want to finalize is the renovations on the FDMG Academy.
This is over 2 years later.
You know, we've been almost done for so long.
What do you mean almost done for so long? First of all, there's no such thing as almost. Either you're done or you're not. Does this make sense? If you're not done and you tell people that you're done back in August 11th of 2023, and then in 2025, you said you almost done, there's fantasy and there's reality. The reality is you ain't done with shit, not even close. What are you talking about? I apologize. I ain't mad. Just giving you all a good show tonight. All right. What are you talking about? Either you're done or you're not done. If you bake a cake, you take it out, and it's almost done. No, it ain't done. What you take it out for? If you take if the cake is done and you leave it in there, you're gonna burn the cake. If it's not done and you take it out talking about it's done, then it's gonna flop over, just like FDMG. Either it's done or it's not done. The souffle is going to rise or it's not going to rise. Shout out to Cisco's daddy in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Y'all see the point? Furthermore, to say that it's almost done in 2025, over 2 years after you said that it was done in 2023, speaks to the truth that Umar Johnson is a liar. But if you haven't done the research, you'll take his word for it. Just like people took Sauron's word for it. They took Palpatine's word for it. You see my point? Everything I say, I can back it up. I've done the research. So let's see what Umar has to say about finalizing the renovations. Here we go.
The one thing that I just want to finalize is the renovations on the FDMG Academy. You know, we've been almost done for so long, and now we're at the floors, but I'm still scared to say we done.
You're not done. What are you talking about? Even when the floors are you're supposed to be done in 2023, Baker boy. Baking shit cakes. Umar said that renovations were done back in 2023. I don't want to say that we're almost. What are you talking about? You already said that you were done. And then you were talking about in 2023 that we in other interviews, we still got to do this. We still got to do this. And we still got to do the floors. It take you over 2 years to do the floors? Something's not adding up here. The math's not mathing. Well, that's because Umar's a pathological liar. Pathological liars, what they do is they lie in order to paint a picture in other people's mind, to give people this illusion that something exists when it doesn't, or something doesn't exist when it does. You guys understand what I'm saying? There's a line over on this side is fantasy, over here is reality. They want you to accept their fantasy, their delusion as reality. So they lie pathologically. The idea is I'm going to paint these narratives as I continue to lie so that people can think that, yeah, we are done. Why? Back in 2023, so that people will send him more money. That's all that came down to. He was all smoked out and shit. Fiending. So he has to come up with something. Well, I'll just say that renovations are done back in 2023. But then he gets on the Downs report in 2025 a couple of days ago, and he's talking about how, I don't want to say we've been almost done. I don't want to say that we done, but we almost. What do you mean? Well, that's because he's a pathological liar. You give it another month, renovations won't be done. You give it another year, renovations still will not be done.
Because every time I say we done, something else comes up.
No, that's not it. The reason why you say that you're done is because you're a scammer. You're a con man. So you tell people that you're done so that they get excited so that they can send you money. It ain't that something else comes up. You've been talking about these floors and doors shits for two and a half years now. Matter of fact, you was talking about that not on the last Breakfast Club, but the one before that. I can go do the research and find out. I think that was about 3 years ago. What are you talking about? Something else comes up. See, in my mind, if you know what you're doing, something is not just going to come up for 6.5 fucking years. Good question, chat. Isn't that what we've seen over and over again for years? 6.5 fucking years with this guy since he acquired these trap bandos. Matter of fact, we can go back to 2010. And it's just excuse after excuse. Something comes up. Something comes up. The haters. It's the cooking quest chat. It's LenonHonor. You know, it's always something. Brother Danza, if you did a real a hardcore interview on Umar, he'd start blaming you. You're something that came up. Lord Jamar, that's another. That's something that always coming up. So the haters, the conscious stripper, Lenon. Marianne Lawrence, something's always coming up. Something's always coming up. No. As if he's always the victim, whether it's personal life or it's this school scam project. Always something that's always comes up. You know, we didn't have our tax exempt status, so we got to pay taxes in the amount of $172,931.86 money wasted of donors' money. Not Umar's money because he don't work a job. $172,931.86. That's something else that came up. Oh, they couldn't find we're gonna say, let me see your Sharon transcript. Shout out to her and the dog. The blueprints. Oh, we can't start renovations yet because I got to find the blueprints. They've lost the blueprints. Oh, something's always something. Oh, we can't get the HVAC installed because Brother Jose and such and such, and I got to get the Latinos because the Negroes, they trifling and they're always trying to steal from the school, but then that didn't work out with the Latinos, so I got to go to the white man. That's what Umar said. Because the blacks and the Latinos ain't shit. It's always something. So here we are again now in 2025, and Umar's spinning this false narrative because he's a pathological liar. He wants you to believe the fantasy versus the reality. Let's go.
So, I ain't been saying nothing. My thing is, when it's done, that's when I'll announce it. You know what I mean? I was supposed to go back to the Breakfast Club, and I text Charlamagne. I said, I'm not coming back up there one more time to tell people we almost done. You feel me?
Yeah. See, no, you're just afraid that they're going to ask you hard bar questions. See, because it's been going on for such a long time. The Joe Budden podcast, he has courage. He's questioning Umar on this school scam, and he knows that it's a scam. Umar didn't want to go back on there. Same thing here. See, but he'll go on the Dazzler, and no disrespect to the Dazzler report, but it's clear to me that this is not a real interview where you're asking probing questions to get to the truth. It's called softball. And people can do that if they want to, but you're letting Umar off the hook. And he's already lied in this video. He's going to continue to lie. I guarantee you. Watch.
When we done, I'll schedule with you. I'm not going up to Power 105 again until we done. I'm tired of saying it myself.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So when we done.
So listen, why would you keep saying that you're done when you're not done, Umar? Because you're a pathological liar. He's telling on himself here. I'm not going to go on there and say that we're done until we're done. Well, you shouldn't have been saying that you were done in the first place when you weren't done, and you're not even close. You're not going to pass inspections. You're not even close to being done. The permits is another issue with this guy. Anyway, let's go.
That's when I'll do it, man. But we real close.
By the way, we got over 2,000 people in the building. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Make sure you hit that like button. Okay, we're about maybe a quarter of the way through this video, so this won't be a long live stream. I know I'm running my mouth. There is a poll question. So far, we have 1,607 votes. When will FDMG open? 5% said 2026, 3% said 2035, 10% said 2055, and 83% said never. All right, we want to try to get to 500 likes during this live stream. If at any point you're enjoying this live stream, go on and hit that like button and help to get this out to the algorithm. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go. Good girl, that's undefeated.
When I fly back home tomorrow, I got to get to the school. They laying the floors now, and once that's done, we'd be applying for a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so they're laying the floors. They should be laying the floors. So let me see here. This interview is from the 12th. So let's go back, and I want to hear what Umar says. I'm big on timeline.
That's when I'll do it, man. But we real close. When I fly back home tomorrow, I got to get to the school.
Okay, so tomorrow, and again, this is when the video appeared. It could have been earlier than that. So when it was actually conducted. So the 12th, this would mean at the latest on Monday, this past Monday, that floors should have been done. Okay, at least by now they should be done. So the next time Umar goes live and these trap bandos, we should expect the floors to be done. Does it make sense? Hit the one.
They laying the floors now, and once that's done, we'd be applying for a certificate of occupancy. That's going to be interesting because the city has not been our friend.
Okay, here we go with the excuse making and always trying to play the victim. He talked about how, this is months ago, he talked about how the city, actually this was last year. Yeah, it was last year, how the city, that he may have to sue the city because he felt as if the city was not going to pass him on inspections to give him the certificate of occupancy. So he already has pre-scripted excuses laid out. That's what pathological liars do. That's what con men do. Umar knows that he's not going to pass inspections. He knows they're not going to give him a certificate of occupancy. He hasn't even pulled permits consistently to get the work that has been done. Because it's shady shit. It's like Pookie and Ray Ray coming through, kicking it. So he knows that. So what does he do? Okay, well, let me start putting this story out there. It's Palpatine, Sith Lord. Let me start putting this story. Let me just to feed it to people way in advance. He telegraphs this shit. So yeah, the city, he said this on the last Breakfast Club. Time he was on Breakfast Club interview. By the way, go and look at it. When was the last time Umar was on the Breakfast Club? Just to go to show you way in advance, Umar, because he's a con man. He already has excuses lined up because he knows inevitably he's not going to pass inspections. He's not going to be given a certificate of occupancy. So he has to say way in advance that the city is trying to sabotage him. They're not going to give it to him, et cetera. And what he said was that it was going to be because of discrimination, racial discrimination. He said this last year. The last time Umar was on the Breakfast Club, and I believe this is when he brought that story up. This was July 10th of 2024. I believe this was the interview. Okay, I'm going off of memory here. So he puts it out there July 10th. I can find out. I have it in my notes. Okay, let me do this. I'm in my document here. Again, I've done the research, 249 pages, 48,698 words. And this is just through 2018 research. Still got to do 2019 through 2025. Okay, Breakfast Club interview, the last one. Let me see if it comes up under certificate of occupancy. He said this also in, no, that's not it. Oh, that could be it. This could be 2011. Now I'm looking at it. FDMG, okay, FDMG is done. Certificate of occupancy. He said this also, okay, we just covered that one. That was in 2023. And then Breakfast Club. At the 24-minute mark, the title of the video is Dr. Umar Talks Bunny Hopping, Supreme Court Immunity, the Migrant Crisis, Blackmail Unity Plus More, Breakfast Club, from July 10th of 2024. You can go to the 24-minute mark. The topics that he addressed: FDMG, he needs help with the floors and the doors. He needs to do more paint. And after he's done, we are applying for a certificate of occupancy, but he may have to protest because of discrimination, and that inspection would be done by the end of the summer. Go do your fucking research. I don't mean to say it that way, but I've gotten tired of this shit. I've been telling people for years. I just given you the receipt. You guys going? I don't mean to. Let me just pull back a bit. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. I humbly apologize. I shouldn't talk to y'all like that. And I'm not talking to the Cook Fresh chat. I get frustrated because I know what Umar is doing. And it's frustrating because when you have larger platforms having Umar on, they don't recognize and realize what they're doing to the Black community. You're promoting someone who is predatory towards Black people, someone who will lie at the drop of a hat, and he will regurgitate lies over and over again. He will tell the story about in 2025 how he's gotten resistance from the city, but when he was on the Breakfast Club, I just gave you the receipt, he had already pre-scripted this whole narrative about how they weren't going to give him a certificate of occupancy, but he already knows that he's never going to pass inspection. Do your research. That's all I'm saying. And I apologize. Okay. I've gone too far. I don't want to come off like that. It is what it is. It is frustrating because I've seen this over and over and over again over the years. Breakfast Club having them on over and over again. It's wrong. Yeah, it gets money. Yeah, you get views. Okay. But ethically and morally, if we want to go there, it's wrong.
Once that's done, we'd be applying for a certificate of occupancy. That's going to be interesting because the city has not been our friend. They tried to sell the school behind our back last month.
Okay, that's not what happened. The city issued a statement too. We covered all that. The city was not trying to sell anything out from under Umar. Umar wasn't paying basic bills. I broke the fucking story. I have the munition that the city issued. They have been trying to get Umar to pay these bills for years, going all the way back to 2019. If you don't pay your bills for 6.5 years, there's going to be consequences. But Umar wants, as a master manipulator, the Sith Lord type pathological liar, he has to paint a false narrative. Again, that's what pathological liars do. They don't want to hold themselves accountable for not paying these bills. The bills are itemized too, by the way. I can pull it up right now and show it to you guys. What does he do? He has to paint the narrative, and he creates this whole, we're talking about fantasy versus reality. He creates this whole fantasy about how the city was trying to steal the buildings from out behind him, under him, and blah, blah, blah. He even said, I hacked his bank account, and Lenon hacked his, what the fuck? This is who you platforming? He said, I hacked his bank accounts. See, now listen, Brother Dan, if you start going in on Umar, you start seeing the truth about Umar, you start criticizing Umar here and there, he'll do the same shit to you. Because he's a pathological liar. That's what he do. So he concocts this grandiose story about how the city of Wilmington, they've tried to steal the building and et cetera, and these are bills that I shouldn't have to pay. What are you talking about? That's called being a fucking adult. Brother Danza, do you know that Umar's been homeless since 2019? I can send you the receipt. He's been living in his mama closet, literally. It's Section 8 housing while he's collected millions of dollars. But the city's persecuting him. It's always someone else's fault. Hold on one second. You see this right here? This was posted on the outside of these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. The buildings that Umar said renovations were complete back in 2023. The principal amount for this particular building was $17,810.77. The grand total for both sides of the building was $38,388.22. These bills had been accumulating since 2019. There were also bills that were due prior to that Umar took on responsibility for when he acquired the abandoned buildings, because he didn't go through the proper channels to make sure that everything was clear prior to acquiring these trap bandos. So the city, after 6.5 years, they issued a monition, and they were telling Umar that this principal needs to be paid for this property and the other side, because there's two parcels, and the total amount was $38,388.22, and that if he did not get it paid, that they were going to sell potentially sell these abandoned buildings at sheriff's sale. Which evidence shall be in the form of a receipted bill or duplicate thereof, bearing date prior to the filing of the lien and the office of proto-notary for Newcastle County, the city of Wilmington, may proceed to sell the property herein mentioned or described for the purpose of collecting the judgment for the taxes and assessments herein stated. And then it's itemized. And this is for the 610 East 17th Street. The other one is 611 East 17th Street. There's two parcels. That's why there's a tax parcel number right here. There's a secondary one for the other side of the street. Water and sewer account number. Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy Inc. Taxes, 0, because he had paid the taxes. $172,931.86, which is wasted donation money, donors' money, because if he simply had his paperwork in 2019 in order as a nonprofit, he wouldn't have to pay any. His donors wouldn't have to pay any of that. He ain't got no job, Tommy. This is other people's money. It's a money pit. That $172,931.86 could have gone towards paying these bills right here. The water and sewer charges. You have let's see, exterior improvement charges. You have vacant registration fees, which is the big one. Civil penalty years for 2020. Amount of judgment for the taxes is 0. The water and sewer was $1,854.17. The exterior improvement charge was $156.60. The vacant registration fee was $15,500. The civil penalties charge was $300, plus interest and penalties, titles, search costs, proto-notary fees, and sheriff costs and fees. The principal amount as of clock date totals $17,810.77. That's just on one side of the street. Again, the grand total for both sides of the street was $38,280.22. So he gets on Brother Danza's show. Hope you don't mind me calling you brother, but I'll call you my brother. I ain't mad. I'm just telling the truth. There's fantasy and there's reality. So he goes on Brother Danza's show and he starts spinning the lie that he was telling a long time ago on the Breakfast Club, that somehow the city was against him. They want to discriminate against him, etc. So that fits into the narrative that he starts to spin on the Danza show, where he says they try to steal these buildings up from under me. No, he didn't pay the bills for 6.5 years. Why not? And that's not even all the bills. That's all kinds of bills that he ain't been paying since he acquired these trap manors. He has no intention of opening up a school. Brother Danza, you know that Umar, he says that he's going to charge $500 a month for these kids to come to this school. And it's an impoverished community. They call that Murder Town, USA. Per capita in 2018, prior to Umar acquiring these abandoned buildings in 2019, it was ranked 7th in the nation for violent crime per capita. Why would you buy a fucking school there? There's a level 5 supermax prison a mile away. In fact, there's a video where Umar, he's outside, there's an alarm that goes off, and he's like, what's that alarm? And he realized, oh, this is the alarm from the pen down the street. Someone tried to escape. It's an impoverished community. It's a drug-infested community, gang-infested. And I'm not saying this to make it seem like, okay, it's all bad. I'm just stating the facts. But somehow these parents are going to have to come up with $500 a month just for their children to attend. We're not talking about all the other shit Umar said he was going to do. He said he's going to take them over to Africa. Who going to pay for that? The parents? In addition to the tuition? They're going to teach them how to fly helicopters and fly. I kid you not. He's going to teach them how to float ships, as he said. And he's going to teach them how to fly airplanes with the Tuskegee Airmen. That's what Umar said. Who's paying for all that? He's a con man. He's a pathological liar. Let's get back to the video. This is the munition anyway. I just want people to be clear about that. They have receipts. I'll back up everything I say here.
For some frivolous expense behind our back last month, for some frivolous get an occupancy. That's going to be interesting because the city has not been our friend. They tried to sell the school behind our back last month.
Okay, that's not what happened. I just showed you guys. He hadn't paid bills for 6.5 years.
For some frivolous expenses that we should not.
Okay, that's not frivolous expenses. Owing anyone $38,388.22 because you failed to pay the bills consistently for 6.5 years, that's not frivolous. That's negligence. While collecting millions of dollars. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. My best estimate is $2.7 million. Bare minimum 1.6 as a bare minimum from 2019 through 2025, through 2024, that I can prove without a shadow of a doubt from his IRS filings. And yet he can't come up with $38,388.22 over the course of 6.5 years to pay bills that any property owner would have to pay. But somehow he's special. He doesn't have to pay it. He gets special dispensation. That's not how life works. So instead of holding himself accountable as a 51-fucking-year-old man, he has to concoct a story and blame somebody else. He wants to blame the city. Let me just say this. Anyone in the Cookie Crush chat, including Umar Johnson, follows. And I ain't mad. I'm just giving you guys a good show because we got over 2,100 people here. So I figured why not, go in a little bit, because it get the numbers up, more people to watch the show. Okay. But let me ask you all the question. If you have bills that need to be paid and you decide for whatever reason, even though people have given you millions of dollars, you decide to pay those bills, just for whatever reason you decide not to pay those bills after 6.5 years, would there be some consequences? As an adult, would there be some consequences? Yes or no? Brother Danza, would there be consequences? You got some nice jewelry on. Let's say for this jewelry you didn't pay, you financed it, and for whatever reason you told, and you had the money because people, they said, listen, we're gonna, you got love your show, we're gonna finance, we're gonna get that nice gold chain, that nice bracelet, bling bling, all that. So we're gonna take care of that for you. They send you the money. You're like, okay, I appreciate it. But for whatever reason, instead of taking the money to continue to pay on that, you decide not to. Wouldn't there be some consequence after 6.5 fucking years of not paying? The jeweler is probably going to take you to court, try to get that back if they have to, try to sue to have you pay. Does that mean that somehow the jeweler was trying to steal that bracelet and that necklace out from under you? No, you didn't pay the bill for 6.5 years. You had the money because the people gave you the money. Just like the people gave Umar the money for their school, which is nothing more than abandoned buildings that are on the vacant property list, 6.5 years in counting. Well, to be fair, 5.5 years in counting, because the first year it doesn't go towards that. After the first year, then it kicks in. That's when legally they say, okay, it's on the vacant property list. See how I'm fair? Let me give you another example for you guys in the Cook Crush chat. If you don't pay, let's just make it real simple. If you don't pay your cell phone bill, you know it's due, but you decide not to, and even you have the money because the people gave you the money, say, hey, we're going to use this to pay your cell phone bill. But you decide to use the money for whatever else, and you don't pay it for 6.5 months, will there be some consequences? What about after a year? They're going to cut that shit off. 2 years, 3 years, 4, 5, 6.5? See, in Umar, he's not even telling the whole concocted narrative that he was spinning before, how they stopped contacting him because he was trying to pay it and et cetera. No, none of that was true. Because we covered all of it. One of the city officials sent out a message, and it gave a whole timeline of everything. Umar lied about that. They've been contacted. What do you mean they're not trying to contact you to get their money? Is that how real world works? The real world works? If you ain't paying on that jewelry, they're not going to contact you? Email you, phone call, text messages, letters in the mail, same thing with your cell phone, because they want that money. Whose responsibility is it to pay that? It's your responsibility. So if you decide not to, all of a sudden there's some sort of conspiracy against you for not paying on that jewelry or not paying on your cell phone bill. That's not how life works. But that's the story that Umar Johnson told. And that's the narrative that he's spinning on Brother Danza's show here. Let's go.
Not have even owed. So behind our back last month for some frivolous expenses that we should not have even owed. So I'm gonna stay positive, but I'm not looking forward to the inspection because they can nitpick you to death on that.
No, you're not. He's not looking forward to the inspection because he knows that these abandoned buildings are in a dilapidated state, and after 6.5 years, he hasn't gone through the proper channels to get work done professionally. Who already knows this? He knows this. One time he had these two brothers up on the roof. I kid you not, I can find it and pull it up because it's sad, but it's some funny shit too. And they were going to be doing the roof repair. And these are just some people, you can tell they're just people that just from random people whom I probably met somewhere at Home Depot or some shit. And they're walking up on the roof. One of them had on some sandals. The other one had on some house shoes. One of them had on house shoes. The other one had on some AND1s. It's not professional. He's not pulling the permits. He got some permits. I ain't looked into it a long time, but he did get some permits. But he didn't get, what? 90% of any work that Umar has done is just under the table. Come on through. What can you do? Bada bing, bada boom. So he knows it because what happens is when they do the inspections, they're going to go and they're going to look for paperwork. They're going to look at what type of permits were pulled for what work, where is that work being performed, so that can be inspected too, et cetera. They're going to go through everything. That's why you have to do all of that because it's regulated. But Umar, he's not interested in that because with regulation, there's accountability. And they're going to go through and right away they're going to say, hey, wait a minute. There's no permit for this. There's no permit for that. There's no permit for this. So you're going to fail right away. That's even before they inspect anything. Umar knows that, but he wants to play you all. As if it's some sort of grand conspiracy that the city of Wilmington, that they're concocting against him, but he always blames other people.
Absolutely. So when people say when you're going to actually be done, that's not in our hands. We have to see what the city says. Hey,
listen, I can play a video right now that gives dates where Umar says that the school is going to open. I can play it for you guys right now. 2014, 15, 16, 17, and video evidence. 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And 25. It was supposed to open September of this year, which was last month. Now he's saying 2026. Y'all see a pattern here? I should pull that shit up. But I told myself we're gonna get through this in 2 hours. We had an hour and a half.
But I'm hoping after all we've been through, they just say, go ahead. If it's all in order, just pass him.
That's not how it works, Umar. He lives in fairyland. Okay, that's delusion. That's fantasy. We're talking about reality. That's not how it works. That magically they're just going to say, we're just going to pass it, Big Papa. Big Papa, we know you're the most requested. We're going to pass this shit today. I know there's ceiling tiles missing and there's paint is all looking goofy and, the floors and doors. And, I know that the bathrooms are filthy and there's all kinds of black mold in the gym. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and pass these today because you're King Kong consciousness. That's not how life works. But he lives in a fairy tale land. He lives and he's literally he's delusional. And if people want to share in that delusion, you're welcome to it. Okay, but right now, listen, we're talking about fantasy and we're talking about reality. I'm giving you guys the reality. I'm so tempted to pull that video up. Here we go.
You know, but that hasn't been the experience. Like everything we've been through with the city has been a fight. You know, even to get a permit for the festival, they ain't want to give us that. You know, so it's really been a tug of war with them. I'm just hoping that we don't have to have a protest. I'm hoping we don't have to take them to court for discrimination. I mean, the bureaucracy is mostly black. The mayor's white, but
okay, you guys hear him saying this in 2025? Didn't I just tell you all that that's the shit that he said on the Breakfast Club going back to July 10th of 2024? The Breakfast Club video is Dr. Umar talks bunny hopping, Supreme Court immunity, and the migrant crisis, blackmail unity plus more on the Breakfast Club. You can go to the 24-minute mark. He'll talk about FDMG. He needs help with the floors and the doors. He needs to do more more painting. And then he says after he's done with that, he's going to apply for the certificate of occupancy, but he's going to have to protest because of what? Discrimination. He has this all lined up. He's not even close to putting in the certificate of occupancy. He's not even close to having renovations complete, even though he said it was done in 2023. Y'all see this?
the bureaucracy is black, but discrimination is discrimination, even if you're the same color. You know, so I'm just, you know,
here we go.
I'm gonna just put it in the Lord's hands and see. But we knocking on the finish line. So if all goes well.
Okay, listen, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. See, the devil is slick. Devil is real slick. The devil will say something, yeah, well, we're going to put it in the Lord's hand. Fuck you mean? You see that? Don't make me pull up videos where Umar's talking all kind of shit about Jesus. He said Jesus can't save you. Who you to say that, Umar? Sound like something Satan would say, wouldn't it? And don't that sound like something Satan would say? I'm not religious. Don't get it twisted. I'm just pointing out some facts here with Umar. See, these types of individuals, they will use anything to manipulate. They will tell you all, I'm going to put it in God's hands, even though they up here lying out their ass. Talking about it's discrimination and, you know, the city and hopefully, no. It's all a bunch of lies. Why are you going to tell all these lies, Umar, and then say, I'm going to put it in God's hand? That's some deviant shit right there. But that's what Satan do. That's what Palpatine was doing too, to Anakin. I can teach you how to overcome death. Don't worry about it. His voice was all changing and shit. They was at the little opera thing. He's like, well, Anakin, I can teach you. Y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm trying to give y'all some lessons here. Y'all think I'm playing? I'm playing a little bit. Okay, I like to put a little comment in there, but I'm serious about that. I'm so serious. You listen to Umar enough and you'll realize how shady this guy is. He's up here talking about he's going to put it in the Lord's hand. This is the same one that be talking about women, what's under their skirt, talk about they smell like fish tanks, talking about how they're a COINTELPRO, and talking about how, the ass is flatter than a pancake on Monday, some shit like that. You really think I want to look at that and cookies this and cookies that and pina colada hot fudge cookies and I need we're going to put it in God's hands. No, we're not doing that.
We should be able to apply for the inspection before the end of the year. Be the same color, you know. So I'm just, you know, I'm gonna just put it in the Lord's hands and see. But we knocking on the finish line. So if all goes well, we should be able to apply for the inspection before the end of the year.
And this is something that most people don't understand in general. Just starting a business is tough, right? And then when you're doing something in
okay, listen. It's not a business. Umar's not running a fucking business. See, don't make excuses for him. See, what you're doing is you're making an excuse for a liar, a pathological liar. Why would you do that? See, you're making excuses for someone who is willing to invoke the Lord, even though they're out here doing Satan shit. Why would you do that? Umar's not running a business. He's running a scam. He's running a con. Listen, the last time Umar even updated people on how much money he raised was in 2020. He said he had raised $850,000 in 2020. And here we are in 2025, and he's telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. But if you had $850,000 in 2020, and the IRS filings show that you've raised more than $300,000, $400,000 since that time, why aren't you at $1 million yet? He's not running a business. He's running a scam. So don't use that as an excuse. Now, Brother Downs, you're running a business. I consider my YouTube page to be a business because I do well. But don't equate what Umar is doing, taking money from Black people since at least 2014, but it goes back to 2009, where people are saying in 2008 and 2007, they said it was sending Umar money for FDMG. But I start, in this case, I'm just going with 2014 to give Umar some grace with the St. Paul school scam. We're talking 11 years of Umar collecting money. Umar raised over $400,000 on GoFundMe alone. It's not a business. It's a charity. Businesses have to be profitable. You're talking about, this is the money pit. Businesses produce something. What has all of the money, $2.7 million that Umar has acquired up until this point, what has that translated to in terms of business? A business must produce something. What has been produced? Not a damn thing. So do not equate this with the business, and don't try to say that the reason why Umar can't get this shit done is because it takes so long to get a business. It does not take 20 fucking years. Using other people's money. Umar has no skin in the game. He hasn't worked since 2010, 2000. See, the real question is, Umar, well, how much money have you donated personally? He just paid out $68,000 in an out-of-court settlement with Mary Ann Lorient. That's money that Umar could have put towards these trap bandos. But he's out here fucking up in them streets. Huh? That's a business? What's the definition of a business? A business is an organized economic activity where an individual or group provides goods or services to meet consumer needs. What fucking needs has Umar Johnson met with these FDMG trap bandos? I'll wait. Key word, consumer needs. See, Umar is not the producer. He's not a business. He's not a businessman. Umar produces nothing. That's why he's always online begging for shit. Umar is the consumer. Businesses produce something for consumers. Consumers, they go and they get what they need from the business. That's how it works. So what is Umar? What does he produce for the Black community? We've already gone over this. What does Umar produce exactly? Let's flip this around. What has he consumed? I rest my case. So he's taking money from Black people and making all these promises that he never delivers on about what he's going to do. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this. Now give me. That's consumerism. That's not business. And the people who send him the money, they don't get nothing. If you go to Taco Bell, because since we were dealing with the poop gate yesterday, you go to Taco Bell, you put some money down as a consumer, you get something, right? Yeah. That's how that works. The businesses, Taco Bell. They're in the business of providing food. But what is Umar in the business of providing? I'll wait. See, we have to stop doing this. The people who have these platforms, especially the ones who are real good, successful, don't do this. You're contributing to Umar's deviancy. You're enabling Umar to continue to do what he does as a predatory consumer, not as a business. FDMG is not a business. If you look at the tax returns, you'll realize very quickly that it's not a business. If you put money into something as a business, even if it's startup money, even if it's other people's money, at a certain point, you're going to have to turn that shit around so that you're producing something so that you can generate revenue. What revenue has Umar generated as a business? He's not a business. He's a consumer. He takes and takes and takes. That's why he's always saying, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that, I need. Get on your CashApp, get on your PayPal, et cetera, over and over and over again. But in the process of doing that, what has he provided? What has he produced? See, we're dealing with facts and reality. All right, not fiction and Umar's delusion and what he's painted. And see, I have to say it, as men, it's our job to check this shit, not to make excuses for it.
Finish line. So if all goes well, we should be able to apply for the inspection before the end of the year.
And this is something that most people don't understand in general. Just
Can
starting
you
a
hear
business
the audio?
is tough,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then
Yes,
when you're doing something in the community,
Yes.
it's going to be a lot
Yes.
tougher. When you're dealing with that much square footage,
Yes.
they can
I'm not
find
actually-
something
Yes.
wrong
Yes.
anywhere. Oh, well, in this corner here.
Yeah.
But a lot of
Yeah.
people that have never started a business,
Yes.
you know, have
Yeah,
never
let me know if
gotten
you guys can hear the
any
audio.
type of
My audio's
education,
not
what it's
Nope.
like. They have
Never
no idea.
opened a school, never ran a school, but they're experts in our school.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't get into it, but I hear a lot of it because my supporters send me the clips, and I've heard ridiculous things.
Yeah, let me pause this. Y'all in the chat room, let me know, can you guys hear the audio? Let me just check my thing up over here. Yeah, for some reason, I'm having some audio issues. Okay, you guys can hear it. I just can't hear it. Okay, I'll figure it out. Y'all, let me just rewind this so that I can try to figure this out before it gets to the next part. Here we
People
go.
don't understand in general. Just starting a business is tough,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then
Yes,
when you're doing something in the community,
Yes.
it's going to be a lot
Yes.
tougher. When you're dealing with that much square footage,
Yes.
they could find something
Yes.
wrong
Yes.
anywhere. Oh, well, in this corner here.
Yeah.
But a lot
Yeah.
of people that have never started a business,
Yes.
you know, have never gotten any type of education, what it's
Nope.
like. They have no
Never
idea.
opened a school, never ran a school, but they're experts in our school.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't get into it, but I hear a lot of it because my supporters send me the clips, and I've heard ridiculous things. I heard people say you can get an HVAC for $5,000. That's a $50,000 unit up there, and that was the cheap one. You feel me?
Yeah.
This is not a house. This is a school. You're not getting no HVAC for no $5,000. You know what I mean? Every utility that we had repaired, plumbing, HVAC, electric, every one cost us well over $100,000.
Okay, if y'all don't mind, let me just
We repair.
okay.
Nothing was get into it, but
Okay, there we go.
I hear a lot
just
of it but we knock it on the finish line. So if all goes well, we should be able to apply for the inspection before the end of the year.
Okay,
And this
I can
is
hear
something
now.
that most people don't understand in general. Just starting a business is tough,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then
Yes, sir.
when you're doing something in the community,
Yes.
it's going to be a lot
Yes.
tougher. When you're dealing with that much square footage,
Yes.
they could find something
Yes.
wrong.
Okay, no, let's be clear about something. What Umar is, the square footage that Umar is dealing with now is minimal compared to what he conceptualized. Here we go. So this is just another excuse. It does not take 6.5 years to get something done wherein it's a small gym and a small school. It just doesn't, especially if you collected millions of dollars. We can make excuses, as many excuses that we want to. Let's go back to 2024. That's what I'm saying. The research is so important because, excuse me, not 2024. We're going to go back to 2014. The research is important because you will realize very quickly if you do the research that what Umar has consistently done as he continues to collect money is to downgrade the expectation, to downgrade what it is that he claimed that he was going to do. All right. So I'm going to give you guys a couple of examples of that right now. This right here is from 2014. This is the original conceptualization of what FDMG was going to be. This is from March 26, 2014. I want everyone to look carefully at what this image right here. Umar posted this on his Facebook page. Okay, and I'm going to bring this all back around to this notion that somehow it's a square footage issue. It's not a square footage issue. That's simply making excuses. And again, like I said, as men, it's not about making excuses. All right, we deal with the reality, not the fantasy. We deal with the reality of the situation. All right, so I have three images I want to take a look at here real quick. If we look at this right here, this is from Umar's Facebook page. I'm going to read this to you guys. It says, aerial view of preliminary Heaven on Earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, 500 acres. I'm going to say that again. This is his initial conceptualization. 500 acres. Okay, Umar was not working at this time, did not have a job, didn't have any money, but this is what he conceptualizes way back in 2014, over 11 years ago, over a decade ago. So the point is that now here we are in 2025, and Umar has raised millions of dollars, and he's downgraded from significantly from 500 acres, and yet somehow it's an issue of acreage? No, it's not an issue of acreage. This is the aerial view of the preliminary Heaven on Earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, RBG Leadership Academy, 500-acre campus, and encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa. So he's going to construct a river in the shape of Africa around this 500-acre complex. It's a cult compound. That's really what it is. There was going to be an ancestor park in the center of the campus, dormitories, an airfield, athletic facilities, a farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, a greenhouse, a zoo, a community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. Here it is again. Here's a bit of a close-up. If you look towards the top, there is an airfield. He was going to construct, for airplanes and helicopters to land. There's aircraft bays where they can park their aircraft in. There's going to be a air traffic control tower constructed, a military building, an aviation building, a NASA building. If you look just below that area, you'll see a track and field facility. If you look towards the left, you'll see a baseball field. All of this is going to be, this is the acreage, 500 acres. There's going to be these massive dormitories, special event center, and what is it? The union? I guess this is the business union. I don't know what the culinary arts. There's going to be basketball courts and tennis courts. There's going to be an FDMG farmland, agricultural facility, a zoo and wildlife. There's going to be a building, science and technology. There's going to be a hospital and a health center. There's going to be a middle school and an elementary school, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. By the way, if you look carefully there, if you look where you see 4 circles and a square in the middle, just so you guys can see in terms of scale. You guys see that? I think there's 7 of them. If you guys count, it's 4 circles and then a square in the middle. All right. If y'all see that, hit the 1. Well, just to show you scale, so that's what I'm saying. This is not an issue of how many acres or how many feet the building. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's just making excuses. Well, those circles, and there's 7 of them with squares in the middle, those are these dormitories. So let me show you guys what Umar posted right here. This is the entrance when you walk into the dormitory. This is from June 7th of 2014. Umar, he said, FDMG future redemption dormitory photos, campus dormitory photos, aerial, vertical, and lobby photos. This is the long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire what? St. Paul's College, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Please make a donation today. Okay, well, here's the aerial view. This is what he's talking about. You see the 4 circles in the square in the middle? Look how massive this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors for the circles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors for the square. And let's go back. How many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To be clear, this is a multi-billion-dollar project spread out over 500 acres. So we can't talk square foot or square feet. No. Do I need to take this a step forward? See, what Umar has done over the years is he's just condensed everything. He's lowered the bar. He lowers the bar over and over again, because that was supposed to be a facility, a campus that was supposed to be a boarding school for boys and girls. A lot of people don't know about the Anna Douglas, whatever the other Anna Douglas something girls academy. They only know about the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy because they haven't done the research. I can pull up receipts on all of that and show you guys. I can show you Umar. I can show you Umar's initial logo too, by the way, for each one of these schools. Here. I'll just do this real quick. I didn't mean to get into this, but it is what it is. I'm supposed to be having a quick show, but it ain't gonna have it. There you go. This is the Anna Douglas Amy J. Garvey Leadership Academy for Girls. He don't even talk about that anymore, but he collected money under that. This is the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey FDMG Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Leadership Academy for Boys. See, he's downsized. He doesn't talk about this anymore. He talks about the Frederick Douglass. It was supposed to be a boarding school with the St. Paul's College. Even prior to that, this was supposed to be St. Paul's College was going to be transformed into this 500-acre complex. And it was supposed to be where dormitories where children were supposed to be staying on campus. But Umar, he abandons all of that. He just downsizes over and over and over again. Let me see if I can find, and here's the original FDMG logo right here. I'll just put this up here for you guys can see it. And if you guys look carefully, it's subliminal. In the middle, it's a gorilla head. To the gorilla's head's left, it's Frederick Douglass. To the gorilla's head's right is that which would be our left, actually. That's Marcus Garvey. All right. So, this goes all this right here. This is 2014. I want to show you guys, what was I going to look for here? Let me see if I have this easily accessible here. Let's see. No, I don't think I have it archived that way. I'll find another way to show it to you. I'll tell it to you without the visual. Umar, he downgrades. He continues to downgrade. Okay, he goes from 500 acres to where he only wanted, I think it was 200 acres, 200, 300 acres. He downgrades over time. And then by the time we get to February of 2019, he settles on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. And initially, there's a large building on one side, all right, and then there's two smaller buildings on the other side. What Umar does, instead of focusing on the whole thing, which he had promised, he sets aside the larger building, and he hasn't done anything in there. What he's done is he turned it into his own personal storage because he's been homeless since 2019. I can provide you with the receipt right now, how he's turned it into his personal storage. Do you see the downsizing? So then he says, we're just going to focus on the small school. Then he says, we're going to just focus on the small gym. So it's continued. And then it's not a boarding school anymore. It's not for the girls anymore. It's just for the boys. The issue is not square footage. That's not the fucking issue. That's an excuse. Umar has raised $2.67 million by now. As a bare minimum, 1.6. There's no excuse why Umar has not gotten something started yet, because there's plenty of people in the Black community who have created much, much more and provided services, whether you want to say it's a business or not, for Black children with much, much less, far less than what Umar has received. So we can't use that as an excuse. Y'all go to Google Earth when you have some time and type in the address and go look at the aerial view. It's not an issue of square foot. That's not feet. That's not it. That's just another comfortable excuse. Now, if you're a legitimate business and maybe you don't have the resources and people haven't donated 2.6, 2.7, Umar could be way over 3 million by now. If he's ever indicted and they get into the books and they subpoena everything, all of his bank records, the GoFundMe, the Cash App, the PayPals, the Plum Fund, the list goes on and on and on. Everything. I wouldn't be surprised they come back with a figure of $4 million. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Starting all the way back in 2009, I would not be surprised. You mean to tell me that with the amount of money that we can verify since 2000 from his tax filings from 2020 through 2024 of $1.6 million that somehow Umar, you tell me he couldn't get something done? Now, again, yeah, business is business. It's difficult. Yeah, I get it. I understand. But with that type of support and those types of resources, there's no excuse unless you're a con man, unless you're scamming the people. See, fantasy, reality. It's really that simple, It's that simple. It's not complex. I think the scam is complex because it's gone on so long, and the research can be complex because there's so much there. But outside of that, any rational thinking person should be able to recognize fairly quickly that this is nothing more than a long con. It's not deep. But sometimes it's easier to live in delusion. It's easier to live in the fantasy than to live in the reality. Is that fair? Oh, there's so much more I can show you guys too. But I'm gonna leave it right there. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Well, in this corner here, right, and then when you're doing something in the community,
Yes.
it's going to be a lot
Yes.
tougher. When you're dealing with that much square footage,
Yes.
they could find something
Yes.
wrong
Yes.
anywhere. Oh, well, in this corner here,
Yeah.
but a lot of
Yeah.
people that have never started a business,
Yes.
have never gotten any type of education, what it's
Nope.
like. They have no
Never
idea.
opened a school, never.
Okay, listen, Umar doesn't know what he's doing. That's the problem. Well, that's one of the problems. He's not a businessman either. He hasn't opened anything. He tells people that he's run school. He's never ran a school. And he tells people that he's building a school. He's not building a school. He's renovating some abandoned buildings. You see fantasy versus reality? So although I understand where Brother Danza is coming from, it's just that it's misapplied. See, you can misapply logic or reason to something that is undeserving of that application, if this makes sense to people. See, and in normal circumstances, that logic, if you will, should apply to a certain situation, but it doesn't apply to every situation. See, the difference is that, Brother Danza, if you're going to start a business, I would assume that you're going to do it legitimately. You're not going to be scamming and scamming all this money, telling people that you've raised far less than what you raised. In 2025, Umar's saying he hasn't raised $1 million. I can prove without a shadow of a doubt that he's raised $1.67 million since 2019. We're not counting 2025, 2018, 17, 16, 15, or 14, or any other money that he collected prior to that. So let's assume that you're going to do it the right way. Okay, well, that logic applies. But what we're dealing with here in reality is a con man. So you can't extend that courtesy to Umar. Just the problem that I have with a lot of these platforms is you get Umar up here and you're unwilling to ask the critical questions. In some cases, it's an issue that you haven't done the research. But whatever the case may be, you don't throw him an alley-oop so that he can continue to scam Black people. You don't do that. It's wrong. And you don't make excuses for him either. The thing is, you should never make excuses for another man in the first place. But if you're going to have them on your platform and expose them to your audience, don't make excuses for Umar so that Umar can be placed in a position to where he can manipulate and be predatory towards your audience, sir.
Ran a school, but they're experts in our school.
Yeah.
And I don't get into.
By the way, there is no school. They're abandoned buildings. Guys, look up the definition of school. A school is a place of learning. Not one Black child's been educated. We have over 2,100 people in the building. I want to thank everyone. I'll get the super chats at the end. I apologize. 2,214 votes so far, which is awesome. When will FDMG open? 5% said 2026, 3% said 2035, 11% said 2055, and 82% said never. Let's keep going.
But I hear a lot of it because my supporters send me the clips. And I've heard
Okay, to be clear, Umar, he watches all of my videos. And I know this, and we know this in the Cook Course chat, because there's been times where Umar makes statements based on what I say, and there's times that he does shit that I tell him he needs to do, and he'll do it the next week. 5-1. See, Umar is always on social media. He watches everything. Lene talked about that. He be on his phone all the time. He ain't working. He ain't doing shit. Sitting up in motel rooms eating and shit. He's lazy. So he sits on social media. His whole world is social media. He don't have a job. He don't have a family. He don't have a wife. He ain't got no kids. Well, he has kids. He just don't take care of them. He's a deadbeat. So his whole life is on social media. When are you going to have time to actually do all these things that Umar says he's going to do, including building a school? He ain't building nothing. Those schools, those buildings used to be part of the new J. Moore Academy and the J. Moore Academy prior to that. They were already standing. Prior to that, they were a chemical production plant. That's why they're still zoned as light industrial. And the EPA in 2019 classified them as brownfield catalyst sites and told the city that they should tear them shits down because they're toxic. See, Brother Danza, you probably don't know that. I can pull up that receipt and show it to you right now. But you can look it up for yourself. EPA area-wide plan. They're in Wilmington, but it's a specific title. I can't remember right now. Okay, matter of fact, I'm going to get it. I'll give you the resource before we get up out of here. Okay, if you happen to see this, but you go research it yourself. They said, tear these shits down because they're toxic. They were classified as brownfield catalyst sites. And then what they've suggested is that they will repurpose the land and then build a sports facility complex for the Boys and Girls Club next door. That in the Boys and Girls Club next door, they're actually offering services as a business to the black people up over there and other people there, to poor people. They're doing things. Umar ain't done shit in 6.5 years. What he has done is taken away the opportunity for them to have a whole new, from the ground up, built sports complex facility for the kids up over there. So he's actually taken that away. But he's building. What has he done up there in Wilmington, Delaware? Has he done a book bag drive yet? Has he done a sports league for the boys or for the girls, for that matter? Has he done a Christmas drive for the toys for the kids? Has he done a turkey drive for I was going to say Christmas. Yeah, Christmas too, right? But you guys understand, for Thanksgiving? He ain't done nothing. He's a traveling bum. He travels around the world on black people's money. He lives in and out of motel rooms because he's been homeless since 2019. And he takes money for a school that does not exist. Real quick, someone please tell me, when was the last time you saw Umar doing work? I'm talking about he has a hammer and nail. He's doing drywall. He's handling business. He has on a tool belt. He's dressed for the part like a man. He's getting shit done. 6.5 fucking years. Give me one example of it. I'll wait. He'll take the money, though. Can't make excuses for another man.
ridiculous things. I heard people say you can get an HVAC for $5,000. That's a $50,000 unit up there, and that was the cheap one. You feel me?
Yeah.
Well, that's $50,000 that's wasted because it hasn't served. It doesn't provide any service to no kids in no school. Don't make me pull up the drone footage. Don't make me do that. The HVAC units on top of these buildings were gutted, completely gutted, prior to Umar purchasing these shits. If they're $50,000 each, Umar is going to cost them just to get the units. We're not talking about installation. We're talking, I think it was like $250,000 just to get the units. Why would you purchase some trap banners for $400,000 and just to get HVAC units going to cost you $250,000 fucking dollars? I ain't playing with y'all today. Give me 1 second. Everything I say, I can back it up with a receipt as it pertains to Umar. I'm not playing with y'all today. It's just frustrating because so many platforms have had Umar on, and that's how Umar has been able to thrive and scam black people out of millions of dollars. And it's not okay. Let me see if this screen share will work. Give me 1 second, everybody. Yeah, it's not working properly. Give me a second. Let me see. Yeah, let me try it in my other browser. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's not working. All right, let me try one other thing. 1 second. Yeah, that's not working either. Okay, I'm gonna let it play, and I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. I know what the issue is, but I don't know what the solution to this particular issue is. So give me 1 second, everyone. I'll let the video play. I'll be right back. All right, here you go.
This is not a house. This is a school. You're not getting no HVAC for no $5,000. You know what I mean? Every utility that we had repaired, plumbing, HVAC, electric, every one cost us well over $100,000. Nothing was under $100K for repair. So when I hear people say he could have got this done for $5,000, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a whole nother level. But my thing is, if you never did it, why are you speaking on it? And if you're not doing anything for the people, why you speak?
Okay, let's be clear about it though. Umar hasn't done it, but he's collected millions of dollars. See, the issue is the fact that he's taken millions of dollars and he hasn't produced anything as of today. There's 6.5 years since he acquired these trap bandos. He's been collecting money since the St. Paul's College. It's been 11 years. That's the issue. See, Umar doesn't know what he's doing. Clearly, he doesn't know what he's doing. The difference is that he has collected money and told people he was going to do something that he doesn't even know how to do. So why is he still collecting money here in 2025? Here we go.
On it. See, that's my thing.
Definitely
I don't think people who don't do work could criticize people who do work. Now, if you doing
Okay, like I said, what work has Umar done? Okay, I'll wait. Okay, give me 10 things, anybody. Okay, give me 10 things that Umar has done that is considered to be work that is tangible and real. I'll wait. Outside of running his mouth.
work, you say, look, I built me a relevant institution. You can speak to it because you did it. We're being questioned and criticized by people who do nothing. And that's why I'm so tight-lipped on it, because I'm like, I don't owe you no answers. On top of the fact you never do.
No, the reason why he doesn't want to talk about it is because it's a scam, and he knows that the real issue is the financial part. And there are plenty of people who are critics of Umar doing all types of things. We can start with raising a family. How about that? And taking care of their kids. Black men, you want to do something revolutionary, let's start right there. Okay, all this talk and yakety yak at the side of your neck, Umar, you ain't even doing the basic things that you should do as a husband, as a father, and you're fully ill-equipped to try to open up a school. You don't even know how to clean toilets. We covered that yesterday and the day before. See, But again, the issue with Umar is he does not want people to start asking critical questions about where the money is going, because that's where the scam really is. It's about the money. It's not even so much about the school. The school is the means to which Umar gets money out of people. It's the carrot that he dangles in front of people to get them to send him money. Okay, that's all that is.
On top of the fact you never drove by there and picked up a piece of trash, you questioning something.
Okay, it's not other people's responsibility to go by abandoned buildings and pick up trash. With all the money that you've raised, Umar, you should have a cleanup crew that comes through at least once a week to clean up. It's that simple. You've had the money. Why haven't you used the money for that purpose? So he has to blame everybody else.
That you don't support financially, you questioning something that you've never been a part of in your entire life.
Okay, why would anyone want to support something financially that hasn't produced anything? And there are plenty of people who have supported and they've gotten nothing out of it. No, not one black child has been educated.
Life, you've never been a part of anything that progressive as building an institution. So why are you expecting me to be accountable to you?
And so how do you keep it together? Back to that.
See, Umar should be accountable to everyone. He has nonprofit status. He's using the government, the white man, as he calls it, and tax exempt status so that he's exempt from paying taxes on the money that he's raised. And most of that money is going towards him and his lifestyle. As a nonprofit, you have a duty to be open with how much money you've raised, how much money you need, updates, so forth and so on. Umar doesn't do that. The last time he updated anyone on how much money he's collected was back in 2020. He said $850,000. And he still maintains his nonprofit status to this day. He's scamming the IRS in essence. Some years he's saying he hasn't collected any money. I can pull up the documents right now. Okay. And we know he was collecting money because he showed letters coming in and flashing money and all this other shit. But he's telling the IRS he didn't collect money for those years. He's conning the IRS too.
Mental health thing, like how do you feel?
I'm gonna be honest with you. The haters, the struggle streamers, they really helped toughen me up to the criticism, because we've been dealing with it from the first day we took a donation in St. Louis, Missouri, April of 2014.
Now, see how crafty Umar is? He's saying 2014, but he's specifically talking about the St. Paul's school scam. He had other school scams going back before that where he was collecting money under the umbrella of FDMG. He's so crafty with it.
When the St. Paul's College in Virginia went up for sale, because that's what we wanted. We wanted that HBCU, but they wanted $2 million and we couldn't raise it in time, so they sold it to the Asians who currently have it now. So then that's when we said, well, we just gonna find us a regular school. So from 2014 till 2019, we school hunted. We found FDMG in 2017, but we couldn't afford it at the time. So we just stayed in negotiations with the owners, and then finally, February 2019, they gave it to us. So 5 years to find a school, which in my opinion, that's not a long time to raise the money and find it. 5 years ain't bad at all. And then you go from.
Okay, remember, Umar stated in 2010 that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. So he's trying to start with 2014, but the truth of the matter is that this goes back to at least 2010. See this? 19
to 25, right? So you're looking at 6 years of us renovating. It should have only taken us 2 or 3, but there was a lot of scamming going on with the contractors we were using. We really got done dirty by them.
So he wants to blame the contractors, in particular black contractors. When he's the scammer, he has to blame everyone else.
You know what I mean? And I didn't want to use Caucasian work because I wanted to keep the money in the community. The people who gave us the money black. I want to keep the project black.
Right.
But
okay, he did use white people too.
I had to
have the receipt.
Wake up one day and say, yo, if you're waiting on your people to do this for you, it may not get done. And
this is all about disrespecting black people. He has a very low view about black people in general. I've talked about this in the past. And when he's unwilling, because he's unwilling to hold himself accountable, ultimately he blames black people as to why he hasn't finished with this project, even though he said renovations were complete in 2023.
Let me put that in context. You're talking about the second smallest state in the country, right? So you don't have much to pull from anyway. And then the city of Wilmington requires that your contractors be licensed in the state and licensed in the city. So for example, in Pennsylvania, if you're licensed by the Commonwealth, you can do work anywhere in the state. You got to be licensed in Delaware and then licensed again in Wilmington. You're already dealing with a small pool of available.
See, this is all excuses, and he's been using these excuses for a very long time. Excuse after excuse after excuse.
Contractors, and then they add that on top. So I say it all the time. We have the best situation in the worst location. And when I say worst location, I'm simply speaking of the limited pool of resources in terms of contractors and the.
Okay, listen, if it's the worst location, why did you purchase these trap bandos there with other people's money?
The strict stipulations that are required for you to work on a project there. You know, if that same school was in Detroit, Chicago, Philly, we'd be done already, only because you got so many plumbers.
No. This is just excuse making. And there have been so many black people who are professional who've reached out to Umar to help him for free. I covered that in the first documentary. These are just excuses that Umar has concocted in his mind. We're not dealing with fantasy. We're dealing with reality.
You got so many HVAC. Right. You got so many electric. You could go through 30 of them until you hit the right one. But you in the second smallest state, only a handful of black folks, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Contractors that you can really, go to. And everybody we used came highly recommended, by the way. We didn't just grab people. These were people say, get him, get them. We got the people we were told to get. And they still didn't do us right.
But when the pool is so small,
when the pool
and the
is
competition isn't great, it's tough, you know.
And we ran into situations where sometimes, if I don't take the plumber, the electrician say I can't take the job. You feel me? Because that's my man. Right. So since you're not taking him, I can't do it. I'm like, damn, what that got to do with you? I need this. You know what I mean? So it was a lot of that where I like the electrician, don't like the plumber. I like the HVAC guy, don't like the electrician. So it's networks.
See, no, it's not. What it is that Umar doesn't understand construction to any significant degree. And what he should have done is he should have got a general contractor and hired the general contractor to organize everything and just paid out so that everything gets taken care of and handled and organized properly by a professional. That's not what Umar did. What Umar did was he would bring in anyone he could find, including people who were not licensed or who were not professional, to do work on the hookup situation. And as a consequence, things didn't work out in some cases, but in some cases, Umar didn't even get the work done in the first place. But he says that he did. But if you actually look at the video evidence, the forensics, if you will, the video forensics, it will show that Umar did not get things done professionally, including the paint job. That should have been a part of the renovation where the general contractors hires the painter and everything is put on a schedule. 6.5 years? No, come on. There's no excuse for this. Millions of dollars, 6.5 years. There's no excuse. It's a con. It's a scam.
Yeah. And you're dealing with a really small city and you are outsider coming from Philly. I had to deal with some of that too. You know what I mean? Because even though I get a lot of love in Wilmington and a lot of love across Delaware, you still got them people say, we don't need him here. You know what I mean? We don't need no big city dude coming down here. We can handle our own business. But I'm not here for you. I'm here for the kids. You know what I mean? Because people say, why did you?
Okay, listen, if he's there for the kids, y'all give me some examples of Umar doing things with children up there over the last 6.5 years. You can't produce that because it does not exist. He's not here for the kids. He's not, listen, when I say that he's not in Wilmington for the kids, he's not even in Wilmington. He said he was going to move to Wilmington in 2019. He never moved there.
You choose Wilmington, and I like Wilmington. I love the energy there. I really do. But people say, why did you choose Wilmington? I didn't choose Wilmington. I chose the school that was in Wilmington. In other words, we wasn't shopping for cities, we shopping for building. And that had the best building that we found. We should have been in Detroit, but once the archdiocese found out who I was, they wouldn't sell me none of the schools. I knew we was in Detroit. Me and my mother was preparing to move to Detroit. I said, Mom.
Okay, the story that I remember with the archdiocese was Chicago, not Detroit. The Detroit school scam was something separate. You guys want me to pull up the receipt, hit the one. So we're going to have a short live stream. I don't remember Umar saying the Archdiocese of Detroit. And in my notes, I don't see I'm looking at it right now. No, I take that back. I do. I have it in my notes here. The Archdiocese of Detroit, Michigan, sabotaged, 700,000 raised. There was a Jewish realtor, and this was a sabotage in there was also sabotage in Mount Vernon. I thought Umar said the Archdiocese of Chicago, but he may be using Chicago too. Let me look at my notes real quick. Okay, so I'll take that back. I'm always fair with Umar. I'm just looking at my notes right now. Yeah, Chicago school scam, Chicago, yeah, okay. Chicago school, the Dawa interview with, okay, but and then, okay. Chicago, looking for schools in Chicago. Yes. Okay, so I take that back. I'm always fair. I got it mixed up. All right, here we go.
We going to Detroit. We out. It's going to be cold. She said, I don't care. Let's go. And then the Jewish realtor for the archdiocese, and I thought that was interesting that the archdiocese had a Jew, because if you understand that history, but he said,
What? The Archdiocese of Chicago, that would be associated with the Vatican. That's Christian, not Jewish. Umar, what are you talking? I'll let it go. This guy, he's something else. See what I'm saying? Spinning false narratives and making up all these lies. That's what he does. Fantasy versus reality.
they want to see your curriculum. I said, we buying the school cash money. What you need to see my curriculum for? This ain't no charter school. You follow what I'm saying? This ain't no lease.
Right.
I'm buying and we done. What you want to know what I'm teaching for? Mm-hmm. I said, you can't get that.
Do they think you're pushing religion? Is it a religious thing? Like, where's the pushback in that city?
I think it's just that they knew who I was and wasn't going to sell. And guess what? Every school in Detroit that we wanted, still sitting there. So that's why I tell people you got to understand that when it comes to white people, they're more about power than money.
Yeah.
If they was about the money, they would have sold us the building. They all there. They was about the control. We don't want him teaching that. You feel me? We rather not make the money.
Why Detroit looks like Detroit.
Yes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, I learned so much in the school hunt. I remember I was going to lease a school in Mount Vernon, New York, Catholic school, and the supervisor said, I got to call the Vatican. I said, what? He said, I said, you got to call Rome? He said, I got to call Rome. I said, why you got to call Rome?
You see how ridiculous this is?
He said,
that's what I was talking about earlier.
What did he say? He said about half the Catholic schools in America are still managed directly from the Vatican. He had to call the Vatican and ask if he could lease the school to Dr. Umar, and of course they said hell no. Yeah, so. And he also told me that the Vatican is the second largest property owner either in the United States or in the world. I didn't know that. White boy was dropping all these jewels on me. He said we own much property. I didn't know that either. So that's crazy. So when you hear about that, United States, London, Rome Connect, that's real. Them 3 city-states that don't answer to nobody, that's very real. That's very real.
It's very interesting how you mentioned about the contracting.
Yeah.
Right? Because, people could say whatever the hell they want. When you go into that, it's tough. You know, I got a lot of friends that are into real estate. And I'm from a city, Buffalo, New York. It's another small city similar to the way Detroit operates.
Yes, sir.
And, they'll get contractors, they'll get it all set up, and the job is done terribly.
Yep.
And it's just war.
Yep.
It's just like, okay, well,
okay, it's just making excuse after an excuse. Okay, it's just unnecessary. We're talking 6.5 years, millions of dollars raised. There's no excuse.
What do I do about this? Now we gotta rip it out.
Yep.
It's just a thing that most people don't have a clue about.
They have no clue about it. And then when somebody don't finish their work, so let's say the electricians don't finish their work, you got to get another electrician to
come behind.
No contractor, what I saw, they never want to say the previous contractor did a good job. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was like, we got to do it over. You know what I mean? I'm like, y'all can't build from where they slept. Nah, they didn't do that. Nobody was able to say we could pick up where they started. You know what I mean? The plumbers, nah, they didn't do this right. And I know they did it right, but you just want to get paid the full thing. Yeah.
Project.
So we had to deal with that, But the white folks, they did it. They charged us up. They overcharged us. But at least they finished the job. You know what I mean? So that's where we at. And then you had people say, well, if he's on his Pan Africanism and his Garveyism platform, why would he let white people do the work? You have to distinguish and differentiate between charity and business. We don't accept donations from non-Africans, right?
Okay, but that was my whole point earlier. Umar's not a business. He's a charity. He's the charity. You understand what I'm saying here? Umar's the charity who receives money. He doesn't actually produce anything, and he lives off of the money. It's that simple. So all this excuse making, Umar has had more than enough money to get something started by now. After, let's say, since the St. Paul school scam, 11 years, there's no excuse for that. We can say it's because, well, it's when you're doing this and, sometimes they do this and the other contractor this and blah, blah. I mean, you can do that as long as you want to. But at a certain point, as a man, you have to hold yourself accountable and say to yourself, okay, wait a minute, either I don't know what I'm doing, I'm in over my head, or in this case with Umar, he's a con man. You can make excuses all day. It's not a business. It's a charity. Umar's the charity. He's tricked off a lot of this money. Even purchasing these abandoned buildings, he's tricked off money. Let me show you all something right quick. Remember Umar brought up the HVACs and how they were $50,000? Here is drone footage. If you look carefully here, what you'll see is that the HVAC units are gutted. Look. See, we can come up with all the excuses that you want to. Is this a sound investment in the first place? Look. Based on what Umar is saying, that these costs, these ones in particular, the larger ones, is $50,000. Okay, this is the one that Umar replaced, and he's saying that this costs $50,000. Why would you purchase for allegedly $400,000? Now, he's never actually provided the purchase price. He said it was more than $400,000. Well, whatever. Why would you purchase buildings? And if this is $50,000 for one, he also had to replace this one on the side of the gym. I don't know, maybe 15, 20,000. Let's just say 20,000. That's 70,000 right there. Here's two more of those larger ones. So that's 100,000, 50,000 plus 50,000. So 50,000 plus 50,000 plus 50, that's 150,000. Let's say this one over here is 20,000. So that's $120,000. And then you have these smaller ones over here that are still fairly large. I don't know, maybe another 20,000 each based upon what Umar is saying, 20, 25,000. See, why would you purchase something like that? And that's just to replace them. And there's another one, something else. I don't know what this is, but the point is, why would you purchase something like this? There's another one over there. There's three of them. Right? That's 50, 50, 50, another 50. That's 200,000 plus this over here. Let's say 20. That's 220,000. You figure we got these ones over here. Let's say they total another 50 altogether. About 270, close to $300,000 just to replace them. So why take other people's money? At this point, over $2.6, $2.7 million, bare minimum $1.6, $1.7 million since 2019, not counting 2025, 2018, 17, 16, 15, 14, and then going all the way back to 2009, because there's people online that said they donated to Umar back in 2009, 2008, 2007. Why would you take all that money and purchase these abandoned buildings for around $400,000, but you just to replace the HVAC units, you're looking at close to $300,000? It makes no sense. And there's so many other issues too that I can bring up. It's also in the hood. See, down the street there's a level 5 Supermax prison. The EPA classified these buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. You see the larger building? Umar hasn't done anything in there. He's only focused on these two smaller buildings. Again, downsizing, excuse after excuse, he's still collecting money. He's turned this large gym into his own personal storage. This smaller gym it's a hoarder situation in there too. Matter of fact, let's go there if you guys don't mind. See, because we can make excuses as much as we want to, but if you haven't done the research, you also have to realize Umar, just in terms of his living, how he lives his life, There's a lot of issues here, and you can't simply say that it's because of black people or because of the black contractors or because of the city of Wilmington or because the square footage. You can make as many excuses as you want to. That's not what the issue is. Those are not the issues. Okay, again, fantasy versus reality. Let's go to 2019, the last time Umar had his own residence, and he got evicted out of here. Back in 2019. Okay, most of you guys have already seen this, but we're going to go step by step right now. Okay. This was Umar's apartment. Give me 1 second. It's populating. In fact, let me pull it up. What drive is this? Oh, here it is. Okay. Here's the first one. And while I play this, I'll pull up the other one just to save some time.
Strong for mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.
Okay, now again, is this because of is this an issue of square footage? Is this an issue of the archdiocese? Is this the issue of the Cookie Crush chat? Is this the issue of LenonHonor? Is this the issue of Information Man or Black Anonymous? Is this the issue of Brother Muhammad? Is this the issue of whatever? What's the issue here? See, we can make excuses, but I'm telling you guys that Umar, even mentally, he's ill-equipped to finish this type of a project.
Resumes at gmail.com.
He can't even keep a room in his apartment organized. How is he going to run a school? And this absolutely matters, especially based on what we watched over the last 2 days with Umar inside his abandoned building cleaning toilets. And instead of sterilizing and cleaning, what he does is he spreads fecal matter all throughout the buildings. But somehow it's the city of Wilmington and it's everyone else's fault and et cetera, et cetera.
At gmail.com.
Look at this. He's a hoarder. All right. And notice what Umar does and says after he's exposed because he accidentally flips his phone. This is what I mean by he's a great deceiver. He'll put all the African artifacts back here as if he's organized, he's Pan Africanist, but he's living in filth. Okay, this has nothing to do with anybody else. He got evicted out of here. Then he was living in and out of hotels and motels. Then he ended up moving inside of his mama, was doing live stream inside his mama closet. We're going to do that in a minute too. There you go.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened?
Okay, watch the pathological line. I talked about this before.
In the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
You see how he lies? Instead of holding himself accountable as a man and owning up to his failings, it's all there. He's a hoarder. He lives in filth. It doesn't even register in his mind, and yet he comes up with an excuse that he's in the process of moving, just like he comes up with an excuse as to why the school's not open and why renovations aren't complete, even though he said they were complete in 2023. It's not the square footage. It ain't got shit to do with any of that. Look at this. And instead of holding himself accountable, like the narcissist that he does, all of a sudden he has to start making excuses. And he never moved to Wilmington, too, by the way. Now we're 6 years and 6.5 years later. Umar still has 6 years later, based on this video, and Umar still has not moved. So why did he say that he was in the process of moving? Because he didn't want to hold himself accountable for living in filth. Just like he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't raised $1 million when he definitely has, way over. And he's telling people, including on the Danza show, he's lying about all, the black contractors in the city of Wilmington, because he does not want to hold himself accountable for what he has done and what he has not done. He's a con man living in filth.
mgresumes@gmail.com is
okay. So that's towards the end of 2019. He ends up getting evicted out of there, and then you start seeing him in hotels and motels, and then he moves into his mama's closet. Here you go.
Tapping in next, who tapping in next, who tapping in next, tapping with the Prince. You got a question, comment, tap in with the Prince, tap in with the Prince.
Let me skip through to the part.
That. Yeah, he used to live in Camden, New Jersey, right over the bridge.
Yeah, I think that's the one that burned down. There was like a 78-year-old lady living inside there at the time when they were burning it down, and she said she's going to rebuild.
Wow, I wasn't even aware of that. Yeah, conspiracy to destroy Dr. King.
Yeah, they're trying to erase the history, Dr. Umar. But you keep doing your thing, Dr. Umar. You definitely got a lot of good followers out here, good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
All right, y'all see this? He accidentally flips the phone again. Living in filth. He's a hoarder. Okay, now is this because of white supremacy? Is this because the haters? Okay, and again, people can say, well, what's the correlation? Well, the correlation is that automatically what Umar does is he lies. He never holds himself accountable, whether it is his living conditions or it is the school itself. Okay, so let's see what excuse Umar comes up with here. Watch this.
Who we got next tapping in? 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 Cornel West is running for president. I heard he left. I heard he left the party he was with. He going with another one. Refolding my clothes, family. It's all natural. It's all natural. Just got a couple clothes I got to handle. Who tapping in?
See, a liar is going to lie. Just like he lies about, the laundry and shit stacked up. He lies about he's moving to Wilmington because he shits all over. There's all kind of trash and filth. Well, he does the same thing with the school all the time. It's always something. I mean, I can literally put together a list of 100 excuses that Umar has had over the years dealing with this school property. And what he does is he'll just make up and he'll create this fanciful story, or, I got to fold some clothes, or, I'm moving to Wilmington. The list goes on and on and on with this guy. This is his mama closet too. She owns Section 8 housing. He's raised millions of dollars and he's living off of his mama. Y'all think he's going to open up a school and make excuses for a grown 51 fucking years old, 51, excuse me, I apologize. Here we go.
All right, now be blessed.
Does this look like folding clothes? There's a bag of potatoes in this shit. Literally, if you look down towards the bottom right-hand corner, that's a sack of potato. And then this year, of course, Umar, he comes up with the vandalism story. The vandalism is old, but he brings it up now in 2025 to try to get money out of people. And this is what we have side by side. Look.
Black family, this is the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong consciousness. We live inside the Frederick.
If you look on the right, that's 2025, 2019. That's excuse me, on the other left is 2019. This is the large gym. He turned this into his own personal storage because he got evicted in 2019. He moved all of his belongings in there, at least most of them, and that's what we see scattered about inside of this gym in 2025. This vandalism is old, but he tried to act like it just happened. The reason why I know it's old is because this stuff is baked into the ground for sitting for so long. And in the summertime, it heats up, it becomes like an oven. There's no HVAC, no ventilation. He doesn't even go over there. And then in the wintertime, it's like it turns into it's like a freezer. And so you'll see on some of this stuff, you'll see there's paint that's been sprayed on stuff, but then you'll see a layer of dust on top of the paint. This could go all the way back to 2019, 2020. Umar brings it back up in 2025 because he's trying to get money out of people. They destroyed my private book collection of 5,000 titles. Why is your private book collection sitting inside an abandoned building since 2019? Including rare and out of print books. This was personal. Hopefully the cameras will show us who did it, poured paint, etc. He said he was going to look at the cameras to find out who did it. And then the story disappears. He got the money, though, from people sending money. Look at the difference between the two.
Douglas Marcus Garvey Academy, Fred Douglass building. I'm going to let you know some of the scholars at Ifa Tunde University.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Black
We
power.
in the school.
Black power. Black power.
You know what I mean?
Black power. Black power.
Up in there.
Yeah, baby. You got Brother Ryan, no doubt, looking out for us. You know what I mean? So tell me what's your thing? Give me some words, Gail. What do you think so far to walk through the tour?
It's
How
nice.
you liking the school?
It's nice.
You feeling it? Samantha, what you think?
The potential, I see the before and the potential of the after is going to be phenomenal, tremendous.
All right, what you think, Sister Sabrina?
I see the after.
You see that TV right there? That big back TV? Well, that's the same big back TV we see back in 2019.
Building and restore this building is brand new on the inside.
I apologize. That's not the right one. Here it is right here.
Strong alpha males, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FD.
Okay, y'all see the TV back there? See, a lot of this stuff that was in here, he just moved it over there to the abandoned building and turned it into his own personal storage. It's been sitting in there ever since. See that TV? See that this is not someone moving in the process of moving. This is a hoarder. He lives in filth and doesn't even care. This is years of shit just stacking up on top of each other. Trash, all kind of trash. Right? So if we go back to the other video, you'll see clearly, you'll see the big back TV. Oh wait, I'm gonna come to this. I apologize, I'm getting ahead of myself. Here it is.
After and
Tremendous.
All right, what you think, Sister?
See the shoes? That's Umar's
I
shoes.
see the after.
There's fitted caps. Those are Umar's fitted caps up there in the corner. You see that?
Phenomenal, tremendous.
All right, what you think, Sister Sabrina?
I see the after and the after. And
Yeah, there was that big back TV. Okay. The point is that this is the same large gym, and look at the difference between what it looked like in 2019 versus 2025.
I see the after and the after and the awesome after. And what can I say? Destiny.
See Umar's clothes and bags and stuff. There's suitcases in here.
From brother's perspective, how we gonna be all right with the kids in here? You think the boys gonna love it here?
Yes, indeed, brother. Y'all gonna be well, and y'all got an excellent teacher and a scholar.
Man. That's love. That's love. Frenchie, what you think?
Oh my goodness, the school is huge, it's spacious, it's beautiful. I can't wait to see the end
What are the type
results.
of events you can see us doing on the campus?
Yeah, let me show you guys one other thing with this that when I saw it, I mean, I was like, man, this is. If you look in the background, this gym is largely cleared out, right? You see how there's not stuff on towards the center of the gym, but there's also on the back in the background. You don't see stuff all stacked up and stuff up against the walls. But if you look at the 2025 video, not only is there stuff like stacked in the middle, but if you look towards the back, there's stuff all stacked back there too. Look at that. There you go.
This is just a place.
See, look all the way in the background for 2025. You see all that? It's just, it's incredible. There's trash and filth, and it's stacked all the way up the wall, just like inside of his apartment. It was stacked all the way up the wall.
This is
See this?
what we need to have here. Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay, one of the things, and this video is from earlier this month. It was from 2 weeks ago. This gym used to be completely cleared out too. Look.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, coming to you live and direct from the John Jacques Dessalines Prophet Nat Turner Gymnasium, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. I want to say good Garvey Day to my continental Africans, my South Africans, my Nigerian Africans, my Togolese, my Eritrean, my Ethiopian, my Congolese, my Angolan Africans, my Mozambique, all of my Africans, brothers and sisters, my Gambia, my Zambia.
Okay, let's go back to, this is from 2025, about 2 weeks ago. Let's go back to 2021. See, we can make excuses all day. We can say it's because, no one doesn't understand. They don't know how business works. It's not a business, it's a charity. You can say, oh, it's an issue of square footage. No, Umar's downsized. He went from 500 acres to these small little buildings up over here. 6.5 years. And I've never seen Umar, not one time, hammering a nail, putting up drywall or any, not one time in 6.5 years. Raised millions of dollars. That building was completely cleared out. But look at it now, just 2 weeks ago.
Matter are Africans. We at the F.
And he's just chilling. He's not doing anything because this is his kick it spot. He doesn't have a home. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a family. He doesn't take care of his kids. He comes up here to kick it. Sometimes, real talk, he comes up here to meet with the fucking plug, and he kick it up in here. There's been times where Umar, I am quite sure that he spent the night up here. It's the kick it spot, nothing more.
FDMG, peace and Pan-Africanism to my Caribbean Africans, my Jamaicans and my Haitians and my Bajans, Bermudians, St. Croix, St. Kitts, St. John, St. Lucia, St. Martin, my South American Africans, my Central Africans, my Canadian Africans, my European Africans, the Africans in Asia, Australia, the South Pacific, peace and Pan-Africanism to my Texas, my donors and loyal supporters. We just got the gym floor power washed, polished, buffed. The Nat Turner Jean Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium, just letting y'all know. We got our drain cleaned out. We got our doors fixed. We got the heating and cooling done. My Louisiana, my Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire Academy. Make sure you hit your PayPal, paypal.me/Africans. I got to get back to West Virginia. The FDMG only been to West Virginia one. It's all about King Kong. We not playing. Beautiful moonlight. That's on coming to First Fridays at FDMG. The first Friday. We not playing no games around here. You either building institutions or you wasting people time.
Okay, is this building institutions? Again, that's the rhetoric and Sith Lord, the great deceiver that a lot of people buy into, and they say he's building things. He's not building anything. It's the kick it spot. Okay, fantasy versus reality. Look,
officers. It took all day, but they cleaned it. They was patient. They really took care of it. So we getting ready for the first annual Unapologetically African Festival, brothers and sisters.
okay, this is 2021, y'all. Here's 2025.
You either building institutions or you wasting people time. It's King Kongalicious right now. It's King Kongalicious right now. It's King Kongalicious right now, brothers and sisters. It's King Kongalicious.
Is he working? He's like a child lost.
Oops.
They just in here, just stumbling around, moving shit around.
Yeah.
It's just filth.
Who coming to First Fridays at F?
Look at the background. That room used to be clear. It's stacked halfway up, all the way through. Y'all see that hit the one? My God, I don't know what else I got to tell people. Cook Crush Chat, you guys know I've tried my best. Haven't I? I've tried my best. I really have. They were going to do a short show. It's just, I've seen what happens when these large platforms bring Umar on and they give Umar a softball interview, because what it does is it enables Umar to continue to perpetuate fraud against Black people.
FDMG, the first Friday of every month for all RBG Pan Africanists.
See, none of this is going to happen. He said so many things he was going to do up here. It's his own personal storage.
We getting ready for the first annual Unapologetically African Festival, brother. Oh, yes. For all RBG Pan Africanists. Mm-hmm.
He's not well. He's not well at all.
That's what we doing right now. That 3-on-3 basketball tournament for the young princes. Hit the PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy.
See all that shit?
3-on-3 basketball tournament for. I'm at the doorway of Eshu Elegbara.
All right. I can show. There's so much more I can show, but let's wind this down. Fantasy reality. Real quick. Remember I talked about the EPA report? Well, let me just show y'all. Give me 3 minutes on this, and then we're going to finish up with this video. Shout out to everyone to Cook Crush. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I will get the super chats to close out the show. Thanks to everyone who's voted on the poll. Real quick, a quick update. Over 2,600 votes. When will FDMG open? 5% said 2026, 3% said 2035, 10% said 2055, and overwhelmingly 82% said never. Okay, let me just go ahead and see where we're at with the likes. Our goal is always 500. Looks like we are at 956. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 before we close out this live stream. Thank you guys so much. Very gracious. Okay. Let me do this. Excuse me. Let me do this EPA report. It'll take about 3 minutes. I just want us to be clear about this as well. We can make excuses all day for what Umar is doing or what he's not doing, but at the end of the day, he is to be held accountable, and that's all I'm saying. Again, we looked at the HVAC situation and how much money it's going to cost to estimate on how much money it's going to cost to replace the 4 large ones. That's $200,000 right there. There's some smaller ones. There's a smaller one on the gym. There's some medium-sized ones, 3 of them, I believe, 2 or 3 of them on that's attached to the large gym. You put all that together, it's over $300,000, but there's so many other issues that need to be addressed. And in particular, this right here is something that Umar is aware of, but he's never addressed it. And we can make excuses, many excuses as we want to, but at the end of the day, it's a bad investment in the first place. He didn't do his fiduciary duty. And he selected these trap bandos. Okay, here, let me show this to you. Here you go. So you guys can look this up when you have some time and you can read through it. This is the Northeast Brandywine Riverfront U.S. EPA Brownfield Area-Wide Plan, Wilmington, Delaware. You can see the highlighted area. Well, these buildings actually sit, I'm going to say right in here, if memory serves me correctly. Okay, don't quote me on that, but I believe that that's where that's located. I actually remember going on Google Maps and actually, I believe it's right there. The EPA is the Environmental Protection Agency. It's a government agency, United States Environmental Protection Agency. And brownfields, these are sites where there's toxic substances either in the buildings, on the buildings. It could be in the soil, so forth and so on. Let's scroll down just a few pages here. This was drafted March 26th of 2019. Umar purchased these trap bandos in February of 2019. Let's keep scrolling down here. And I'm just going to go straight to the part that's relevant here. I could probably read some of this, but when you guys have some time, go ahead and take a look at this and read. You can just read like maybe the first 10 to 12 pages, okay? I've told you what a brownfield is. The brownfield catalyst sites, all right? So 4 catalyst brownfield sites were the focus of the reuse planning effort, and through the AWP planning process, additional smaller scale potential brownfield sites were identified. The 4 catalyst brownfield sites are the Diamond State Salvage Site, all right? The Wilmington Maintenance Yard, the former Wiley Cork Site, and the Moyer School property. These are the abandoned buildings that Umar purchased in February of 2019, and they're still on the vacant property in property list in 2025. If you guys look too, by the way, if you look at the building in the picture, it looks better than it does now. Okay, there's mold all over the place on the exterior. There's mold on the interior too, but there's a lot of mold on the exterior at this point in 2025. We covered that video. Shout out to Fammer 2. Let me read this to you guys, and then we're going to finish up with the video. It reads, the Moyer School property that Umar now owns, allegedly, which he calls FDMG. It says this complex of buildings is located on 2 separate parcels divided by 17th Street. The school is closed and the buildings are vacant, boarded up, and blighted. And they're still vacant, boarded up, and blighted. Portions of the property were previously owned by Hercules Inc., a chemical business, which included the largest of the 3 buildings. Okay, and you notice it says 3 buildings. Umar says it's 4. Sometimes I have him on record saying that it's 5. Why? Because he's a pathological fucking liar. That's why. If the government is saying that it's 3 buildings, it's 3 buildings. If you go on Google Maps and you do an aerial view and you see 3 buildings, it's 3 buildings. But Umar says 4. I have him on record saying 5. Why? Because he's a pathological fucking liar. That's why. It goes on to say, although there are records of underground storage tank removal occurring on the site in 1991, there are no other records regarding environmental conditions. That's a problem. The AWP area-wide plan proposes one possible option, which included the acquisition of the Moyer School by the Boys and Girls Club, which is right next door. And they're offering services to the children in that, black children and other children too in that neighborhood. That long-term proposal included raising the existing buildings for a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the club, giving them one continuous campus. Well, raising the existing buildings, to raise it actually means to demolish them. It's raise them to the ground. That's how they used to stay back in the day. Y'all following this? The EPA suggested that these buildings be demolished and that on that land, they would build a new outdoor recreational facility associated with the club, giving them one continuous campus. Umar comes in February of 2019, acquires these trap bandos, takes this possibility and potential away from the children in that neighborhood, and sits on these shits for 6.5 years. There's no excuse for this. He hasn't given anything. He's taking. He took this away from the children. But we make excuses for him. In mid-March 2019, it came to the attention of the city that the ownership of the site recently changed. Yeah, that would be Umar. Due to this recent property transfer, coordination with the new property owner is not reflected as part of the area-wide plan. No communication with the new property owner has occurred regarding their intentions, and no formal plans have been submitted to the city for the property. Any new plans for this property can be incorporated into future development, and we do note that this is a vision plan and nothing is set in stone as to what may actually happen with any of the ideas expressed through this lengthy planning process. Okay, I go on and on and on. I also researched Hercules Inc. and all that. One of the reasons why, the reason why there's no basement at these abandoned buildings that Umar acquired is because below ground there were storage tanks for chemicals back in the day, and they took all of that out. So there's no basement. There never was basements. If anyone wants to look into this further, you can Google Northeast Brandywine Riverfront EPA, a U.S. EPA Brownfield Area-Wide Plan, Wilmington, Delaware. The document will come up in PDF form. You can look at it on the website as well, and you can read through it yourself. Umar's never talked about this. He knows about it. That's what I'm saying. You got to do your research. See, there's so many issues that are associated with these abandoned buildings. There's mold all on the outside of these buildings. We covered that recently. Okay, Umar knows all of this. And he knows that it's never going to pass the outside, the inside. It's not going to pass inspection because there's so many other issues. And furthermore, for Umar, he recognizes and he knows this. So what does he do? He has to concoct a story in advance that the city is going to discriminate against him for some reason. And that's why they're not going to give him a certificate of occupancy. No, that's not the issue at all. That's pathological line. Again, we're dealing with reality versus the fantasy. All right. All right, let's finish up with this video. We're almost done, everybody. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I appreciate it. Let me get this off here and go back to the video. Here we go. We got maybe about 5 more minutes to this video. Here we go.
They didn't do this right. No, they did it right, but you just want to get paid the full thing. Yeah. Project. So we had to deal with that, you know. But the white folks, they did it. They charged us up. They overcharged us. But at least they finished the job.
See, notice he doesn't say how much they charge. He never gives those figures because the real issue is the money. It's not so much the school. The school is the carrot that he dangles in front of people in order to get money out of them. But the real issue, the real con is the money. The school is the means to con, right? If that makes sense.
You know what I mean? So that's where we at. And then you have people say, well, you know, if he's on his Pan Africanism and his Garveyism platform, why would he let white people do the work? You have to distinguish and differentiate between charity and business. We don't accept donations from non-Africans, right? But if I have to pay a non-African to do a job, that's business. That's not a handout. They're not volunteering. They're not giving us nothing.
See, understand that what Umar's donors have done is given Umar a handout. He has not given them anything. You see the twist in this? That's what I'm saying. People don't realize how devious Umar is. He's the one who's taken $2.7 million as my best estimate. There's no transparency, so we don't know for sure. I can prove without a shadow of a doubt $1.67 million from 2019 to 2024. So what Umar does is he wants to pretend as if he's running a business, and then he distinguishes between a business and charity, but what he's running is a charity. And what is he giving back? See, a business, like I said in the beginning, produces something for the consumer, and the consumer gets something in return. A charity takes and provides nothing. Well, that's what Umar has done. Okay? Real talk, a charity can take and produce something, but in this case with Umar, he's a charity that has produced nothing. He hasn't done anything. But you see how crafty he is with these words to spin this false narrative as a master manipulator, the great deceiver of our time in the black conscious space, Sauron, Senator Palpatine.
charity and business. We don't accept donations from non-Africans, right? But if I have to pay a non-African to do a job, that's business. That's not a handout. They're not volunteering. They're not giving us nothing. We're paying them to do a job. You see, it's like if I have a store and a white person comes in and buys from my store, that's no contradiction. That's business. But if I got white folks coming in there financing me, that's a contradiction. You see, so people.
Yeah, but he has black people financing him as a charity, but he's trying to claim it as a business. That's a contradiction. It's hypocritical. See, that's the difference between how my mind works and maybe some of these Umar Johnson. And I'm not here to disparage you all, but you Umar Johnson followers, and maybe even some of you people who have him on your platform. Some of you have him on the platform because you know you're going to get some views. Okay, ethically and morally speaking, though, that's something that you really have to kind of think about whether or not that's the right thing to do. But that's other people. That's, it's your karma. You deal with it. All right, good or bad. See, but the way that my mind works, I'm saying to myself, okay, wait a minute. What is Umar actually saying here? And how does that line up with what he's actually doing? Because what he's saying, that's the fantasy. But the reality is what he's doing. And what he's doing, he's running a charity. And the charity is him. So when I'm listening to it, I just decode it as we go. In real time, I can decode it. I see what he's doing. It's crafty, but it's not too deep. See?
People say, well, that's a contradiction. You got white folks doing the work. That's called business, bro. That's just business. Fee for service. It's not a handout.
Fair exchange.
Now, if they was financing us, that would be a contradiction because you give up your sovereignty with them.
And so how do you keep it together? Because that sounds extremely stressful.
I tell you how I keep it together. Number one, I believe I was born to do the work that I do.
Okay, now we're going to get into the narcissism and we're going to get into Umar with the God complex. Okay, watch this.
That's the priority. The number one, people say, how you keep going through this. Somebody texted me today when I was on my way here. They said, I'm trying to.
Okay, he's making this shit up on the spot. I can tell. He's making this shit up right on the spot.
Going through this. Somebody texted me today when I was on my way here. They said, I'm trying to understand how you continue to keep going after everything people throw at you. Like your bounce back game is crazy. You know what I mean?
See, he's making that shit up.
And for me, I know I was born to do what I'm doing. When you know why you here, you can put up with any what. It's not a thing where I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be building no school. You feel me? I don't have that.
Yeah, he's not building a school. This is the narcissism and the God complex.
No doubt.
I know I'm supposed to do it, so I got to deal with whatever comes with it. So number one, I know I'm doing the work I was born to do. That's number one. Number two, I've never cared about what people thought too much. You know?
Yeah, and now that's not true either. Because remember, earlier on when I started criticizing Umar, he was very upset. He was upset with a lot of people. He issued debt. Let me take that back. He encouraged his followers to come and see me, and he doxed my personal information on his Instagram page. So if it didn't matter, why would you do something like that? And he told me, yeah, go to, he post my address and everything. If it didn't matter, why would you go to those extremes? I got death threats too. Okay, it wasn't from Umar, but from his followers. So if it didn't matter to you, see, he's been on platforms saying that I mess with little boys. Well, if it didn't matter to you, why would you go to those extremes and lie like that? He said I was gay. Well, okay, well, if it didn't matter to you that I'm criticizing you and exposing you as the fraud deadbeat that you are, then why would you go through those extremes? He's had a pull-up team, and we're gonna pull up team in a ski mask club, and we're gonna do this and all that, all big and bad back in the day. But he ain't got no street in him either. I'll tell you that right now. Umar ain't got no street in him. He's marshmallow. That's what we used to call it back in the day. That's why he went to those extremes. Because he can't take the heat. He can talk shit about everybody else. But see, when people actually criticize him, and I'm talking a legitimate critic, I've always been fair with this guy from day one. Well, I've been more fair because there was a time I was upset with him when he doxed my personal information because that puts my family in jeopardy. So I'll be honest about that. All right. But I've always strived to be fair with Umar. Okay. When I get upset, I went off a couple of times and I probably shouldn't have done that. So I'm counting that. And I'm just want to be honest here with that. But outside of that, I've always been fair with Umar. So legitimate criticism, he should have no problem with it. But then why did he go to those extremes? And it wasn't just with me, it was other people with other people too. See, well, that's because it does bother him. That's why he watches everything. He's probably watching right now. It bothers him, and it should bother him because he knows what the truth is. Sometimes Umar, he lies and he believes the lie so fervently, but then when we break things down and we go step by step, it's an analytical process. We look at the video evidence, the forensics, as it were, and we go step by step, and he sees it and he knows. He knows. He lives in a delusional world. And there, again, there's collective delusion. There's shared delusion. And there are people who buy into his delusion and they run with it. But there's fantasy and there's reality. So Umar saying that that's another lie. It actually does matter to him. And that's one of the reasons why he spent so much time trying to silence people like me. If it didn't matter when Lenon came out, then why did Umar go on his Instagram page and say all types of horrible things about her that weren't true? Doxed her personal information, even contacted her son. What kind of man? If it doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, why did he pay Marianne Lawrence in a settlement out of court $68,000 for all the shit he put her through that she's been speaking about? If it didn't matter, Umar, why did you dox my wife's email and tell your followers to contact her? And they did. Real talk, you a fuck boy. See, it's easy to do that shit over the internet. Real talk. It's easy to do that shit over the internet. But in real life, you know what time it is, punk. Fantasy versus reality. All right. Let's finish this up.
You know what I mean? Like some people, they gotta be viewed positively by outsiders. I don't.
They want to be like.
I don't care what people think or what people say. And I believe my popularity had a lot to do with that too.
Okay, here go the narcissism. See?
Because I'm just going to tell you the truth. I don't know if it's going to hurt your feelings. I don't know if you're going to.
See that? How many lies have we caught Umar in during this live stream? See, that's what I'm saying. These Sith Lord types, these Sauron types, that's devil shit. Real talk. We're going to put it in the hands of the Lord. I don't want to hear that. Nope. Forked tongue.
Like it, I don't know if you're going to love it, but I'm going to be honest. And I think people have grown to appreciate the honesty of my message, because I get people stop me in the airport all the time. I don't agree with everything you say, you know what I mean? But you're consistent. Whereas a lot of these other guys out here who claim to be into the conscious movement, they not consistent. They'll flip-flop. 1 minute they this, 1 minute they this, 1 minute they this, based on what gets the attention, what gets the money.
Okay, this is what you call projecting. Umar does a lot of that, where he's talking about, he's acting like he's talking about somebody else, but he's actually talking about himself. Umar's flip-flopped on a lot of things. In fact, back in the day, he didn't talk that snow bunny talk. He wasn't talking about interracial, what he calls interracials or mixed race Africans. He wasn't talking all that, because I've done all the research going all the way back to 2005, the earliest video that I could find of Umar, and bring it all the way through really 2025. But in terms of researching and typing out notes through 2005 to 2018. The reason why Umar started talking about this, I'm just going to give you an example. The reason why Umar flip-flopped on this particular issue of interracials, as it were, was because at a certain point he posted, I don't know if he posted or his girlfriend posted, she's half white and half black, posted an image and they were together, and people started asking questions. Well, that was like one of his main women that he was dealing with back in the day. So that's when he started to present more and more, because people started asking questions about that, because it was kind of contradictory to what he was saying prior to that. And that's when he started to say, yeah, well, mixed race Africans, they're still Africans. And then you start hearing him talking about it more and more and more. Okay, so Umar, he flip-flops too. What he's doing right here, this is something for those of you guys who don't know much about Umar. You can look for the projecting. You can look up the word. What does it mean for when a person projects? And Umar does that a lot. Okay, all right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Never capitulated my position. You know what I mean? And I think thirdly, you know, I practice Yoruba spirituality. And in Yoruba spirituality, you know, you're born with a guardian angel, guardian spirit. Mine is Ogun. Ogun is the spirit of war, iron, perseverance, determination. Don't quit. Work hard. Come on. That's my guardian spirit. You feel me?
Yeah, I've never seen Umar work hard whatsoever. And I've seen him quit a lot of things. Where's the shockumentary, Umar? Where's the rules of romance? What about all these conferences that you said you were going to do? I've seen him quit most of the shit he said he's going to do. He don't even do it. So what you talking about, Craig? I'm sorry. I apologize, boy. boy, I tell you, boy, that East Side Pyruka was coming out a little. I apologize, y'all. I hope y'all still love a brother. You know what I mean? Let's finish this up. Here we go.
So I got to keep going. You know what I mean? So I think that's how I'm able to put up with it.
All right, that's it right there. That's it right there. Okay. Listen, I thought we were going to have a short live stream, but it didn't turn out that way. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I'm going to go real quickly through the super chats. It's probably going to take about 20 minutes, hopefully less. I won't do an outro. I don't plan on doing a live stream tomorrow, but unless something comes up. There are some things that are taking place in the background. I'm not at liberty to talk about dealing with Umar, and I don't even want to say. I'll leave it right there in terms of legally that's taking place. But I haven't been given permission to talk about that. If there's anything that comes out about that tomorrow that we can talk about, then I will live stream, but I don't plan on it. I'll know by, let's say, the morning time, getting into the afternoon. Okay, I'll set up a show. I hope that everyone enjoyed this show. Again, if you enjoyed at this show at any given point, go on and hit that like button. It helps with the algorithm. The poll question for today, we had over 2,741 votes. When will FDMG open? 5% said 2026, 3% said 2035, and 10% said 2055. And then overwhelmingly, 82% said never. I do have a video in the documentary that I'm working on that shows not all of them, but many examples of Umar changing the grand opening date. And if someone reminds me in the near future, I'll bring that back up and I'll play it for you guys just to show you how much of a liar Umar is. Because when I first started doing Umar videos, I think the title of the first video was "A Promise That Goes Unfulfilled Is Nothing More Than a Lie." It's true to this day. And what I mean by that is that Umar's made literally thousands of promises while collecting money as a charity, not as a business. Don't get me going again. As a charity. It's his own personal charity. He hasn't educated one black boy. He hasn't raised up one black boy. He hasn't done anything in the community in Wilmington, Delaware. But he's made literally thousands of promises to black people about what he was going to do. And he collected money, talking about he's going to use the money to do these things. Well, a promise that goes unfulfilled is nothing more than a lie. And Umar is a pathological liar. Okay, again, you can believe in the fantasy and the delusion if you want to. You can even have them on your platform and promote the shit. That's your business, that's your karma. But I implore people, deal with the reality. Deal with who Umar really is and what he is. Deal with the reality that this school scam it hasn't brought forth anything for black people except rotten fruit. It's shitty, literally. Let me go ahead and close out this poll, and then we'll get to these super chats. I'm going to go through them real quick, though, people. I know I like to take my time and we get going, but it's a lot later already. Shout out to Information Man's in the building. Thank you for tuning on in, brother. I appreciate you. Okay, real quick. Let's get to these super chats. Sonia became a member. Thank you so much, Sonia. Okay, I think I did this one too. Some of these I already did. So let me scroll down here. That'll save us some time. Sunshine became a member. Yeah, we got this one from Daxter. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got this one from Louis too. He was tripping. I got Sarita because I remember that name. Okay, and I think this is the last one. And thank you, Miranda. Okay, so let's go right here. Iceman Fam says, sitting there with his Paw Patrol badge. Yeah. That's the T-shirt Umar had. There was the Paw Patrol badge. All right, thank you so much. He had the FDMG badge on. Rehab might explain weight loss and disappearing. I have a video here on YouTube, and let me go ahead and promote it. It's gotten over. It's funny because when I did my first documentary, and I put I don't know how many hours of work in it, exuberant amounts of work. It's barely over 100,000 views, but I did this one video more recently, and it's not in documentary form, but it's over 100,000 views already. And that's a video. It's important because it gives evidence about Umar's addiction issues. And I've talked about this for many, many years. A lot of people don't like talking about it, but I talk about it. I'm going to post a link to that video. It's gotten 103,000 views in 2 months. It's more than 2 months, but that's what it's showing on YouTube. Here's a link to that if anyone wants to take a look at that and you haven't seen it yet. And then draw your own conclusions, okay? I'm always fair with Umar. And matter of fact, I'll post a link to that in the description of this video too. I'll pin it in the comment section for this video. And you guys look into that and then, draw your own conclusion. The truth of the matter is that a lot of what I said back in the day is proven to be true. And back when I said it, a lot of people, they were like, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. But then time always tells the truth. And with Umar, time continues to tell the truth, right? Information man says Umar Johnson just talks that's it. Nothing talk. Yeah, nothing but talk. That's the thing. He hasn't done anything. He says that he does things. He says he's a school psychologist. He says he's a school principal. He's not. He's not a school psychologist. He's still saying that he's certified. He's not certified. You guys can look into the databases. Do the research. The databases in Philadelphia, you'll be able to pull up people's certification. He's not in the databases. Now, there was a time where he held, and you know about all this, where he had certifications. He had a certification as a school psychologist and then a national school psychologist as well. But he talked about how he gave that up a long time ago. He tells this whole fanciful story. But the reason why he didn't actually give it up, what happened was that Umar did not do his continuing education credits in order to maintain it, but he still claims that he has it to this day. But do your research. Go look into the databases for psychology or school psychologists in the state of Pennsylvania. There's two websites that I've found that you can look it up, and Umar's not in there. But he's still telling people that he is. He's still telling people from time to time that he's a school principal. When and where? I don't think there's no evidence of it, but I give him the benefit of the doubt because I have a picture from 2014 where it's November of 2014 and he's sitting inside of an office. Could it be someone else's office? Yeah, it could be, but I give him the benefit of the doubt. I do know this, that he hasn't worked consistently since 2010, 2011, but he's still telling people that he's a school psychologist. In fact, he told people that he was a school psychologist while he's a school principal. You can't do both at the same time. Guys, he's a pathological liar. And he didn't keep up with his continuing education so that he can maintain his status as a certified school psychologist, but he's still telling people that he is. You go on to his Instagram page, he puts inside on, you look at he'll say, I'm this, I'm that, King Kong Condit, certified school psychologist, blah, blah. No, you're not. Cut the cap. Pathological liar. And all he do is talk. Show me videos of Umar doing something outside of talking. Doing something for black people outside of running his mouth. I'll wait. Give me 10 videos. Thank you, information man. Salute. What's up? SMJ says, is he hiding from the public because of the recent news over the past couple of months? Yeah. This whole year, though, it's been huge. I've never seen anything like this in all the years that I've covered Umar. There's so many people who are criticizing Umar, and great these days. I was saying it the other day. Back in the day, it was very difficult to criticize Umar because there was so many Umar Johnson followers that would attack you online, attack you offline, to go after your family member. People still doing that with me today. But I'm on phase. It's like, look, again, fantasy versus reality, right versus wrong. So these days, it's a lot different. And this year, part of the reason why Umar is where he's at is because there's a lot going on behind the scenes that he has to deal with, because his daughter came out and exposed him as a deadbeat, which I told people a long time ago. I got all the receipts on that. At least 4 women in Philadelphia, at least 4, filed child support on Umar. Okay, he only talks about 2. But Umar has at least 3 baby mamas, but he only claims 2. Also, this year we had Sister Lene come out and expose Umar, who not only dealt with Umar, but also took care of Umar's mother. She talked about the living conditions, but the living conditions that she expressed and that she explained, she actually sent me, I have pictures of shit. I just haven't shown it. I wasn't shocked because remember the video that I played earlier where Umar flipped his phone in February of 2019 showed you clearly how he was living. And then when he moved in with his mama in 2020, and he flipped the phone inside of mama closet, showed you again how he was living. She talks about her experience with Umar and how Umar was and how he behaved and he was unruly. He was petulant. That's the word someone told me. Shout out to the person who told me yesterday. They posted inside the comments. That's what I was thinking about. He's a petulant person. Mean-spirited, angry, controlling. Lying all the time. There's people who lie to control. That's Umar. She comes out and then remember his response. A lot of people, they were like, what? Talking really reckless about the lady. Disrespectful to the extreme. And a lot of people, they woke up right there and said, wait a minute. But there's so much evidence of Umar behavior. Like, remember Umar back in the day when he went in on Tasha K and he went on Zora? Remember the Super Soaker rant? There's so many examples of Umar and his hatred towards black women. See, Fantasyland delusion. Oh, he loves black women. He don't love black women. If you love you would be with one. Commit to one and raise a family with one. Is that what he's doing? No. He's a hoe. And some people cool with that. Okay. Your karma, not mine. And then, of course, after the fallout from that, Umar starts to come up with all these lies and false narratives. And he said that Lene had got his bank account information and that she stole her and that she was hacked his bank account and I was involved. I ain't got shit to do with your shit, clown. What you talking about? And why would I hack your bum ass? I wouldn't do it anyway, but who gonna hack a bum's bank account? That don't even make no sense. Who gonna even waste the time with your bum ass to hack your account? Goofy? But he concocts a story because he wants to paint the narrative, but he's setting it up in advance. Why? Because he knew that the city of Wilmington, here we go, was on his ass because he owed the city of Wilmington $36,000 $38,388.22. So he concocts a story in advance because he knew what was going to come down the line. And then the munition drops and I drop the story. I'm the one who broke the story. And then all the pieces start to fit together. Yeah, the reason why this guy is up here concocting this story about Lene did this and hacked and Lenon was involved to hack his bank account is because they did all this and because that's why he didn't have no money. But that's because he was trying to set it up in advance because he knew what was coming down the line. And he gets his big ass inside the car talking about his homeboy need him to send him some money and a couple bucks. But then when he checked his bank account that they couldn't get into it. So he called and they said they couldn't find it, but then it was frozen, but then it was disappeared. And then he needed some money. So he started asking his father to send him donations so that he could help his mama and get him some food, whatever the shit he said. It was all a scheme. Because he's a schemer and a skeezer. Painting false narratives and lying and concocting these fantasies. Fantasy versus reality. See, the reality is that he's broke. He done tricked off. Listen, at this point, Umar's tricked off at least $1 million over the last 11 years. What y'all talking about? Am I being too aggressive tonight? I apologize. We had good numbers. That's why I said, let me give you all the good show. I hope people don't take, well, he's upset. No. I'm just, anyway. So Umar does this whole thing about how the money he needed money and people sent him donations for that. But then there were also people who said, wait a minute, the story doesn't make sense because there was so many contradictions because he's lying. And then a lot of people said, you know what? Nah, I'm getting back to you, SMJ. No, we not fucking with this. He's insulting our intelligence. He's making this shit up. Why? Because he always needs money because he ain't got no job, Tommy. And then Sister Mary Ann comes out and tells the story of 3 days of hell dealing with this demon. I gotta say it. And all of the manipulation leading up to those 3 days and all of the crazy shit during those 3 days, including Umar, who had a man purse, whatever. And in that purse was a gun, some sort of a talisman, like an African necklace or something to that effect. I shouldn't even say African, some sort of necklace or whatever. And a baggie filled with intestines, guts of some, we would assume, some animal. And he's walking around carrying this shit. Get the one. And she tells the story. She comes up, interviewed her twice, and horrible. This Umar tried, not only did he try to steal her intellectual property, which was the film Awaken, but he also tried to sue her for $500,000. She's an Umar Johnson supporter. She went all out to help him to get this first a documentary, then to do a movie. She financed everything. He didn't put not one dime. Sound familiar? FDMG. He didn't put one dime into it. But he wants to take control during the filming, given all the changes to the script prior to the filming. This guy even he texts her and said he wants to change some things. He wants to have a scene with a white woman, a sex scene. What the fuck? And Umar, what he does in his mind, okay, no, P Diddy type, the P Diddy with the baby oil and all the candles and baby oil. He said he wants this white woman, the big breasts to come out with, and she butt naked. I'm sorry, son. You grown. She butt naked, and he want her to come up onto him and press her breast up against his chest. This is what he did. This is what Umar texts her. She got the text. And so then the story goes, Umar, he's in this moment of weakness for the lust for the somebody. The lust. He lusts for that big back snow buddy with the big breasts. All right. And Umar says, no, it's black queens forever, snow bunnies never. I shall not partake in the milk of magnolia. And then he throws her ass off the bed. This is what Umar, this is what he now I'm exaggerating a little bit, but this is the story. This is the change he wants to have in the script. And Sister Mary Ann, Lord bless her, bless her, bless her. She says, nah, we not doing that. Man, I'm going to tell y'all. So she comes out and spills the beans. Umar tries to scam her, tries to steal her intellectual property, and then tries to sue her for $500,000, $500,000. But, God is good. Okay, I'm not religious, but let's go here. God is good. Umar ends up settling out of court and paying her $68,000 and some change. See? The point is, CMJ, there's more I can say too, but the point is, CMJ, and then Umar, he does the shit show videos over the last couple of days where he's supposedly cleaning toilets, but he's spreading shit all over the place. It's not a good look. There's other things I can bring up too. All right. Remember back in the day, he went on his daughter and disrespected her, called her out of her name. His baby mamas did the same thing, threatening them, so forth. And the list goes on and on this year. So this year has been huge for Umar. I've covered Umar for many, many years, never seen anything like this. And so that's why over the past couple of months, Umar, he's been laying low. He's in hiding, in essence. He'll poke his head out like a slithering snake every once in a while. And he can go on one of these softball interviews. He'll do that. He's afraid to go on the Breakfast Club because they're going to call his ass out. He was afraid to go on to the Joe Budden because Joe Budden, now he's recognized Umar as a con man. And he's on some bullshit. He's a coward. If you're about that life, be about that life, homeboy. So yeah, he's in hiding. You don't see him live streaming in mama calls anymore either. Why? Why not? Well, because he can't be living with his mama anymore like he was before. He probably sneak up in there when he can. But see, Lene put the lights on his ass. And the camera's on his ass. So there's other stuff. I ain't going to say too much. Other stuff going on behind the scenes. And Umar can't move like he used to move. But guess what? It's not anybody else's fault. It's Umar. He's been living foul. And the chickens are coming home to roost. All right. Thank you, CMJ. A Wright 7963 says, quick question on the 4 women who have attempted to put Umar on child support. He has 3 kids. Is that correct? What about the 4th? Thanks. Okay. So from my research, what my research shows is that Umar has, see, I got to be careful how I say, well, okay. He has at least 2 children. There's a 3rd child. However, something, okay, let me say it this way, just to be safe. Potentially a 3rd child. The 4th woman who, and I'm just being careful because of what I think it is, and I just don't want to say it, okay? And then there is a 4th woman who attempted to put Umar on child support. I don't know exactly what happened out of that. What I can say is what it proves is that Umar's out here being sexually irresponsible and having sex with these women unprotected with the bumpity bump on his lip too, by the way. I can't tell you that. Okay. I just have to be careful because I don't want to say what I think it is. I'm just going to leave it right there. I just got to be careful. Okay. So this is all to say that Umar has at least 2 children. He had maybe a 3rd, and then there's a 4th woman who attempted to put him on child support. I'll say that. Okay. And that's being gracious. Right. Umar doesn't want to admit to that 3rd one though. And the reason why is because that 3rd baby mama was in her early 20s when he impregnated her, and he was in his early 40s. Let that sink in for a moment. Thank you, A. Wright, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Tippity Tappity says, basically, Anakin is black. Yeah. That's you're quoting verbatim. I'll believe it right there. Okay, let me do this other one real quick because I gotta get out of here. When do you think the doc is coming? I'm not quite sure. What I was planning on doing was going back to the first segment because I think I have 4 segments completed already. And going back to the first one and just edit it up and have it close to being finalized and release that at first, and then go to the second one and release that one second. I'm not quite sure. I really haven't had time. You know, I've been busy with just trying to stay abreast of the Umar content, but then also I got a lot of other stuff going on behind the scenes. Okay, but one way or another, I'm going to get it done. Okay, I can promise you that. All right, thank you, Giannis, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Black Wolf says toilets are done. The plug is done. My ass. Thank you, Black Wolf. Hey, how's it going, Mixers Monica? Those trap vandals will never pass inspections. He's doing nothing about all the black mold. He can't paint over mold. Fix the mold line, Umar. Yeah, and he did paint over the mold for the larger building and some of the smaller building. He attempted to. That right there is going to be a problem. Even if you can't see mold, the spores are still there. And when they come and test, they're going to test for all of that. They're going to look for mold count. That's what they call it. There's no way the health department going to come through, and there's all types of health issues dealing with these trap bandos. Like I said, with the EPA report, that's indicative of a problem right there, because the government, the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, they couldn't find any type of documentation that would give them information in 2019 as to what the conditions of these buildings were. That's why they suggested that they be torn down. They probably also looked at them too, you know, and looked through them. The point is that mold is a major issue dealing with these abandoned buildings on the exterior, but also in the interior. In fact, and you know this, Mixers, Monica, and the video that I showed of the gym where it was clear and the floor was kind of wet because he had just gotten it buffed and stuff. If you guys look all the way in the background towards the left, you'll see black mold growing up the wall. And just because you wipe it off on the wall doesn't mean that it's been mitigated, and it doesn't mean that whatever's going on behind that wall is not an issue. You guys understand what I'm saying? Umar hasn't done that. He hasn't gone through the process. He has an inspection come through to look at any of that stuff. So when he's telling people that, you know, they're not going to give him a certificate of occupancy, that's just him trying to get out ahead of what's going to happen. He's not going to pass inspection for many different reasons, including this particular issue right here, black mold, which is a huge issue. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shimano. I appreciate it. What's up, D? That's all. He said it was done in 2024 also. I sent you the receipt. Yeah, you sure did. I actually played it. I thought I played it. I thought it was yesterday. It might have been the day before yesterday because he was speaking in New Jersey. Yeah, I got you. Thank you for sending that too, bro. I appreciate it. I think I played that yesterday, day before yesterday. And I gave the example because it just goes to show you. I think I played it. It goes to show you that Umar, he's been saying that renovations were done. He said in 2023, he said it in 2024, and here we are in 2025. He's saying that they're not done. See? Pathological liar. All right. Thank you, D. That's all. U225 says, I'm Asian. Should I send Umar Johnson some Asian contractors? It's not going to make a difference. I mean, you could, but it's not going to make a difference. Thank you so much, U225. The Smart Barbie says, Lenon is spicy. Okay. I just want to give people a good show. I hope people enjoyed it. So if you did, make sure you hit that like button. Thank you, Smart Barbie, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm going to do these real quick because we got to be done. Well, I tell you, we had a good week, though. Good run this week. Chelsea says he takes those notices and flies them in the gym under T. Files them in the gym under T for trash. He's converting to electric with no what? Converting to electric with no lights. Yeah. When two things dealing with notices. Number one, when I broke the story with the munition that was posted, Umar had a whole nother fanciful story about that too, about how one of them was stolen on one building. None was stolen. The stuff was posted on the door. That's all it was. But Umar has to create these false narrative. He's a pathological liar because he wants to play like he's the victim and someone stole it and sent it to a hater. He's talking about me. Okay, yeah, whatever, Umar. But the other thing in terms of notices, I had asked this question maybe a couple of weeks ago. I said, has anyone ever, in all the years that we've covered Umar, have we ever seen any permits posted on any of these buildings? Because when you get a permit, you got to post that on the door. And it has to be visible. And I thought about it. I don't remember not one time, because Umar says he's got all this work done, right? I don't remember one time where Umar's walked through there where we saw paperwork associated with the renovation process indicative of a permit being pulled in order to get work done. Not one time. Something for people to think about. All right. Thank you, Chelsea. Wolves of Black Wall Street says, keep up the work. Thank you so much. I sure will. Okay, I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow unless something changes, something major happens, and we'll get back together. Hope you all enjoyed the show. Thank you for the super chat. What's up, James? Says, remind these people, Lenon, Umar is a scammer. IOP, the illusion of progress. Right? Umar gets up there. He tried to give the illusion of progress in the video that we covered yesterday, the day before yesterday, where he's cleaning up the bathrooms. But that in and of itself, you know, I mean, that's all anyone would ever need to see. And it's clear. You guys go over to King Kong Conscious, look at the comment section for that video. See, people who platform Umar, go watch that video and tell me that somehow you would really truly believe that Umar's going to open up a school. He don't even know how to clean the toilet. He's cross-contaminated all throughout the building, feces all over the place. These are facts, not fiction, not the delusion. We're dealing with facts. We're dealing with the truth, right? Thank you, James, and salute to you, sir. What has he consumed? Fecal pole. Okay, all right. All right. Iceman Vamp says, every time I see that heaven on earth facility, I think of when somebody in the cookie chat said Langston Hughes check cashing. I remember that. So when I showed the picture of the 500-acre campus, the Colt compound, that's what it is, where they were going to build a river around it in the shape of Africa. You're going to build a river, a man-made river in the shape of Africa around 500 acres. And then fill it with water with crocodiles and all whatever else. All right. But and then someone said, yeah, he's also going to have in there, he's going to have the Langston Hughes check cashing. I remember that. Thank you, Iceman fam. So many wonderful memories. Franklin says, what up, Quick Crush Chat? Umar is at a new low, and that's wild. Oh, yeah, I made more schools in Sim 4 than Umar did in real life. Yeah, but Umar says, they're not building any schools. But Umar, you haven't built any schools. The difference is that you've taken over 2.6, 2.7, my best estimate, $1 million of Black people's money, and you have nothing to show for it. Most of y'all in here, if Black people gave you $2.6 million to open up something, you would be able to do something. Okay, after 6.5 years. But really with Umar, what we're talking about, that's since he acquired the trap bandos. If we just go back to the St. Paul's College, after 11 years, that's over a decade, you'll be able to have something happening. Well, why hasn't Umar? Not because of all of the excuses. Simply Umar is ill-equipped and he doesn't care to open up a school. He wants to extend this as long as he can so he can keep collecting money. It's that simple. It's not deep, right? So in essence, Umar hasn't built any more schools than I have, than Franklin has, that D has, Boston Man, Ed Thompson has, the Humble One has. He ain't done nothing. Oh, Marianne Lawrence here too. Salute, says, thank you so much for tuning on in. We're almost done. Umar hasn't done anything, but he's taken the money and he continues to take the money. Right? Thank you, Franklin. Sean says, someone called the compound Cabrini Green. All right. Well, that's kind of hardcore. Thank you, Sean Free. I'm unable to something. Okay. Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate the super chat. Wolves again says, I can't understand why he never purchased or rented a home since getting all that money in the pocket. Yeah, that's another critical question that people can ask. See, Umar, he had it in his mind when he got evicted that he was going to move into these buildings. See, the eviction comes after he acquires these trap bandos in February. The eviction takes place February 2019. The eviction takes place towards the end of 2019. So I believe in Umar's mind that part of what he was strategizing was, I'm just going to go ahead and move in. The other thing that he was doing at that time was he was living in and out of hotel rooms. Remember, he purchased the trap bandos allegedly for over $400,000. He said it was more than $400,000, but on record say $400,000. He never provided any receipts. For all we know, he could have taken out a mortgage. Real talk. Never provide, no transparency whatsoever. There's no board of directors. There's no checks or balances. So for Umar, I have a sense that what his plan was that he was going to just move in and live in there. He moved all this shit in there. I showed the proof. He moved it all into the large gym. But what he did for about a year is he just lived in and out of hotels and motels. You would see him live stream all the time. He didn't see him live stream inside his dirty ass apartment anymore. You didn't see that anymore. Where he flipped the phone? Well, why not? Well, that's because he got evicted. Had the paperwork for it. So what ends up happening is Umar, he's homeless. So he lives in and out of hotel, motel. He doesn't have a job. He's using donation money. And he gets a massive cash infusion in 2019 because when he purchased trap bandos, people get excited. IOP, illusion of progress, and they start sending him crazy money. So he's living good. Living in and out of hotel rooms, snacking and shit, lazy, eating and shit, eating good, not building anything. He didn't start allegedly renovations for about a year, a little bit over a year. Living good off the donation money. And then all of a sudden you see him live stream inside of his mama closet. And he's been live streaming in his mama closet ever since until more recently when I posted some videos that really exposed his ass for all what's going on. And Lene comes out. He stopped live streaming. He ain't live streaming in such a long time because he know people going to look. They're going to say, oh, that's what Lene was talking about. Lene already told people about this. He flipped his phone in 2021. We living in filth inside of mama closet with a bag of potatoes and shit all over the place and dirty clothes. He talking about, oh, I got to fold these clothes. No. Filthy. All right. Question: why didn't he just rent a home? Well, because he's busy traveling, just like he rent auto cars. By the way, people, do y'all know Umar don't even own his own car? He uses donation money to rent cars. That's expensive to just be renting cars over and over and over again. But why doesn't he rent a car? Well, where is he gonna put it? In mama closet? He always traveling. Where you gonna leave it at? So he just rents cars. He doesn't have his own place to put it. He don't have a garage to put it. So he just travels the world when he can. He gets money for donations. He eats good when he can, all for donations for a school that does not exist. It's not a business, it's a charity. And so he just rents cars like a vagabond. He's just like he's an international hobo in essence. And offer donation money from black people. It's a charity. See, so that's why he hasn't rented a home, because he's not stable enough at any given point. He's always going all over the place. So in his mind, it's like, okay, what's the point of having a home? There was a point he was trying to turn that small gym into his own little residence. He moved all this shit into the large gym. I mean, real talk. It's just crazy how deep this goes with this guy. And the levels of dysfunction, he does not even know how to function as a man at 51 years old in society. This guy don't even know how to clean the toilet. And it's more convenient just to live with his mama. It's not manly, but you know. Thank you, Wolves of Black Wall Street, for the super chat. Everyone else too. Thank you, Black Wolves, gifted a membership. I gotta do these last ones real quick. Poomar, people been calling Umar Poomar. Poormar, now you call Poormar. In heaven, having someone else make excuses. Yeah, it's something that has to stop. You know, people, you want to placate to Umar, it's just not the right thing to do. You hold a man, you hold him accountable. You know, if he's unwilling to do it himself, it'd be different if he held himself accountable. Okay, but if he's unwilling to hold himself accountable, don't give him excuses. Don't give him an out. Okay, hold him accountable if you're going to have him on this platform. It's just really frustrating. It really is. I've seen it for many, many years. I propose that it's enabled Umar to continue to do what he's been doing. And it's not just the financial part of exploiting black people for financial gain for a school that does not exist, and scamming and scheming and skeezing. It's also the sexual exploitation that he's engaged in all over the world of black women. It's just wrong. And part of the reason why he's been able to do that is because platforms have him on, and they big him up and so forth and so on. And people, again, they see the delusion and the illusion of what Umar is versus the reality and the truth of what Umar and who Umar is. Okay, but that's y'all's karma, not mine. Thanks, Brian. Black Wolf gifted a number. Oh, thank you so much. Been very gracious. I appreciate it. User 225 says Umar Johnson favorite pants to see on women are Daisy Doo-doo. All right. Thanks, User 225. Cheryl, what's up, Cheryl Secondmore says Alexa, play Can't Trust It by Public Enemy. That's Umar's song. You can't trust him at all. Thank you, brother. Cheryl Secondmore also says, so he just admitted to spending at least $500,000. Umar has he's rarely admitted to spending any it's been rare for him to admit how much money he has spent, but he's never provided receipts either. He said it was I think he said $50,000 for the HVAC. He said $20,000 for the blueprints. There's a couple other things that he's never given a figure for the actual purchase of the abandoned buildings. If in fact he purchased, it's possible that he went into a mortgage. There's no transparency, so we do not know. He hasn't provided any receipts one way or the other. I'll just give him the benefit of the doubt. It's difficult with Umar. When I showed the HVACs, I'm just calculating how much it would cost to get all of them replaced as an estimate based upon him saying that it costs $50,000 to get the larger one. Well, there's 3 other large ones over. That's $200,000 right there. There's 3 other mid-sized ones. Again, we kind of figured out the math there. But in terms of Umar admitting the purchase price of these trap banners, he's never done that, and that should have been one of the main things that he did in the beginning. See, but there's no transparency. Umar always underestimates and understates how much money he's raised. And the last time he told people was back in 2020. He said $850,000. And then he overstates how much money he needs. However, over the years, because of lack of transparency, less and less he mentions these things. And at this point, he doesn't even mention. He doesn't say how much more money he needs. He doesn't say how much he did when he was gambling. He did in that video. But he doesn't say how much money he's raised or how much money he spent. Why? Because the scam is really the money. And that's what he doesn't want people to know about. He says that he was audited by the IRS back in the day, but he never provided any receipts on that. So what is he talking about? And there's no record of that. I've been on. Everyone has it, please send it to me. See, if Umar was truly audited, I would propose that the figure that they would come up with by subpoenaing all, that's a word, after subpoenaing his bank records, CashApp, PayPal, GoFundMe, et cetera, over the last, let's say 15 years, if they did that, I'll propose that the amount of money that Umar has raised under the banner of FDMG is probably closer to $3-4 million. It could be closer to $3.5 million. but he never provides any receipts. He never gives any updates, even though he tells people that he does. He does not. You donors who are maybe still here watching this, he says that he updates y'all. But when was the last time he updated y'all, and how much did he tell you? Send me the receipt on that. I'll wait. Okay. All right, thanks, Cheryl Second Board. User225 says, can cite all the costs, but not how much he raised. Yeah, but even to this day, he doesn't give complete figures on how much more money he needs, and that there's never been an itemized list. I'll propose that he needs way more money than he says he needs. Okay, this is a multi-million-dollar project with everything that needs to go into both sides of the street. See, Umar, one time he said that he needed $250,000 to fully restore and renovate the one side of the street with the small school and the small gym. And he said that back in the day, okay, 2019. Okay, well, if that's the case, he's raised over $1.6 million since that time. Why isn't the renovation complete? Even though he said it complete in 2023. I remember one time he said that he needed $1 million to fully restore the whole campus, both sides of the street. Well, his IRS filings, it shows that since 2009, since he acquired these trap banners, he's raised over 1.6. It's $1.67 million. Okay, why aren't renovations complete then on both sides of the street? You see that? Yep. Thank you, User225. RPG TV says Umar is kind of strange because he spouts black supremacist rhetoric, yet he hates black people. Yeah, that's one of the contradictions with Umar. He looks upon black people in a very lowly, in a lowly way. He actually perceives himself to be much better than black people. And what's interesting is that if you look at Umar in his reality, he's homeless, he's jobless, he's a baby mama creator. He doesn't even have his own vehicle. He lives off of his mama at the age of 51. He's in control of her finances. She's in Section 8 housing. The list goes on and on and on. Okay, he doesn't take care of his children. The list goes on and on and on. And yet he looks with heavy disdain towards black people. When you hear him talk about black people, it's negative. Y'all take a listen, real talk. Just listen to Umar, pick any video, and you listen to when he talks about black people. Pick a couple of videos, maybe 10 videos. Let's just skip through. And then when you hear him talk about black people, look at what he say. It's always something negative. It's always some ghetto shit. These black women with their hair weaves and, they out here doing this and don't take care of their kids, and they show up at the school with their pajamas on, their pajama mama, and all this kind of talk. And getting bent over. This is how he talk, getting bent over by Ray at 1 a.m. He's talking like this. This ghetto shit. He has a very low view about black people. He talk more shit about black people than white supremacists do. But he gets a pass because, one, he's black, and two, he's Umar. Thankful super chat. Cheryl Secondmore says, "Don't nobody at you right. You're right, Cheryl Secondmore. Don't nobody at the goddamn Vatican know who Umar is. Umar, this guy, he's nuts. He comes up with all kind of Vaticans, the white lawyer. That's another one. Umar funny. Boy, he's funny in a tragic way. All right, thank you. We almost done, y'all. Thank you all so much. Make sure y'all hit the like button if you enjoyed the show today. It was a classic. I didn't mean it to be. Thanks, Cheryl Second Board. Appreciate it. Luna says, my cousin is one, and even she knows what clean is. Yeah. Umar doesn't know how to clean. Right? There's children who know how to clean better than Umar. And he's 51 years old. No excuse for that. None. Thank you, Luna son. James says, Dr. Umar apartment bigger than my house, and he has a basketball hoop in his bedroom. I don't even have that. You talk about the gym? Yeah. See, and again, I was talking about this earlier. Umar's situation is much more dire these days because he was exposed. He was extremely exposed by Lenon with the living conditions, and there's more people who are looking into his mother and what she's going through as a result of Umar. So Umar can't be there like he used to be. That's why he ain't live streaming like he used to live streaming in Mama Claus. He can't be there and be living up under his mama like that because he's not supposed to be living in there. He's Section 8 house. He just got on raised millions of dollars, live staying with his mama. So that's why we're seeing Umar, and he's inside these trap bandos. He's trying to clean shit up. Part of it is because he want to be able to use them toilets again because he's living up in there. See? Thank you, James. Show Second Board also says, and here I am making legit money. No. Just, the thing is that Umar, he can scam all he wants to, but at the end of the day, karma is undefeated. And God don't play no games. See, one of the problems with Umar is that he believes that he's beyond reproach. He believes that he's the Messiah. He actually calls himself that. He calls himself the Black Messiah. RBG Jesus, something like. He also says that. And he says that Jesus was born on his birthday. I can pull up the receipt and show you who talks like that. Just disrespectful. But then the narcissism. Jesus was born on my birthday. What are you talking about? So what I'm getting at is that when you have that type of mentality, you don't care, and you start to think that you're beyond reproach. You also start to think that you're invincible, and then you get more and more arrogant. The ego gets more and more out of control. It's already out of control. You start talking like you Jesus, but it gets further and further out of control. But then what happens? You're gonna get humbled. Life is gonna humble you, or God gonna do it, or both. And that's Umar, right? That's what he's dealing with right now. That he thinks it's, and he can sense it, he knows it, but he's so arrogant that he can't bend the knee. And when I say bend the knee, you got to humble yourself. All this arrogance and narcissism and flamboyance, talking you all this, I'm the most requested. You ain't nothing but a bum. At 51, living off your mama and living off of black people. You humble yourself. Anyway, next show, second boy. Bonji Baby says he ain't fumbling around with all right, we're gonna leave that. We're not gonna come with, at least for a couple of months. We're not gonna come back to the Dookie. All right. He was fumbling around with that Dookie. All right, all throughout the building. Thank you for the super chat. Quest TX says he needs to be sued. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it right there because we're gonna see how some things are, because there's things going on behind the scenes. Again, Marianne Lauren, he paid her out of court settlement of $68,000, and he tried to sue her for $500,000. See that? But there's other stuff going on behind the scenes too that I'm not at liberty to speak with because I haven't been given permission. But if I'm ever given permission, we will report on it. Thank you, Quest TX. Mr. Controversy also said, Lenor, I can donate no more. I'm over my donate to Lenor budget. You cutting into my tricking budget. You better not be tricking. Don't do that, bro. All right. All right. Hold on to your money if you need to, but don't use it to be tricking it off. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chat, sir. I appreciate it. RPG says, to be honest, he's only really devious to people who believe in this ideology. Otherwise, Umar just comes off as racist. It's why people call him the black. I didn't know that people called him that. I haven't heard that. But Umar does get a pass from a lot of people because of his rhetoric and the nature of his rhetoric. A lot of it is it's interesting because Umar will pull the race card against other groups of people when it's convenient, but he will also talk about black people in a way that a white racist would talk about black people. I have Umar on video where he's calling black children nigglets. I have Umar on video where he's calling for the murder. I can't remember. He said 10% of black boys on the corner, the thugs on the corner. See, if a white person said that, or any other person, all of a sudden it's white supremacy and we got to fight and all this kind of stuff. But when Umar does it, he gets a pass. That's a huge problem that I've seen in the black conscious space. See, if you're going to talk shit, okay, but if you're supposed to be black conscious, why are you talking like that about black people? And somehow because you're black and you're talking, white racist rhetoric, you get a pass? Umar, he speaks white racist rhetoric. Real talk. But he gets a pass because he's black and he's Umar Johnson. Right? It's backwards. But then every once in a while, he'll pull that race card where he's talking about white people are racist, so forth and so on. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Apartment R says, this is my favorite show on YouTube now. I'm hooked on you exposing Umar. Okay. All right. Yeah. People tend to enjoy. We get a good turnout too. We still got 1,800 people in the building. Thank you guys so much for hanging in there with me. I thought we were going to do a short show, but it is what it is. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow unless something happens that is significant. Okay. Thank you, Apartment R, for the kind words and for the super chat. We're almost done here. What's up, Black Mario? Says, do you think Umar would ever debate you, Lenon? Hell no. I don't mean to say that. Let me take it back. No, he wouldn't. Number one, Umar's a coward. That's why he'll go on these softball interviews, and he sits up there looking all plump, scared and plump, because he doesn't know. He may think, okay, they may bring this up, but in this case, with this interview, it was a softball interview. So I already know what I would ask him, and I would just go down the list, and then if he lies about something, I'll put the receipt which shows that he's lying about it, and then we go to the next thing, and then by the time we're done, Umar, he'll be ranting and raging and yelling and shit. And I'll listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're 51 years old, you're acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Get your shit together, homeboy. That's what I would tell him, straight up. Umar wouldn't dare. Umar, when you're ready to come on my platform, let's do a 10-hour debate. We can debate FDMG for 10 hours. And I'll run circles around Joe. Let me stop. He wouldn't do it because he's a coward. See, that's why, a coward, what a coward would do is they'll go after someone's children. They'll go after someone's wife. That's what Umar's done. There's other people that's done that too. His followers, they've done that kind of shit. There's so much I can tell you guys behind the scenes, and I'm not, listen, real talk. I'm not no victim in any of this shit. I know what I'm into, what I've gotten into with this Umar Johnson saga, and I'm here for it. Ain't nobody gonna punk me. I'll tell you that right now. See? But see, you're a coward when you do those types of things because someone is critiquing you, and legitimate criticism. And it's not just legitimate. In many cases, I have compassion for the guy because I'm trying to hip him to the games and get his shit turned around. But what does Umar do as a coward? He docks my person. I can go on and on. But the point is that when you start getting into people's children and you start getting into the family members and you start bringing the wife in there, telling your doxing her information and telling your followers to contact her and all this kind of stuff. Okay, listen, real talk, you bitch made. See, and that's cowardice. So Umar has already established himself as a coward, so he would never debate me because he's already a coward. And I have all the receipts too. There's no way. He wouldn't even stay on long enough. He wouldn't. He probably lasts for maybe 7 minutes, and then he starts, then he gets off. That's what he would do because he's a coward, and he can't deal with me up here. He can't. With all the boastful shit he be saying, intellectually, he's my inferior. I don't mean to say it like that, but it's the truth. See, intellect requires emotional stability. Umar doesn't have that. And as soon as I G-check his ass, he's going to get all emotional and start, and then he starts acting like he's a victim and start getting all pouting and all this stuff like a little toddler. He wouldn't be able to hang. There's no way. And I remain perfectly calm. So let's go here then, Umar. How much money have you raised, sir? In 2025, you said that you hadn't raised $1 million, but your IRS forms or your filings show that you've raised bare minimum $1.6 million. Can you explain that? All right. Thank you, Black Marlon. He wouldn't do it. DL says Umar's cooking up another set of logs for next week. All right. Boy, I'm going to tell y'all as we close this out right here. Cook Crush Chat's undefeated. Y'all hilarious. I appreciate y'all. I love you all. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks everyone for hitting that like button and everyone who voted on the poll for today. We're going to close it out right here. I won't do an outro. I just want to thank everyone again. Thank you for tuning on in. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow unless something changes. If it does change, I'll upload the scheduled program for tomorrow. We did 3 live streams today. If you haven't watched the previous live streams, make sure you check it out for this week. Also, trigger warning for the video that we did Monday and Tuesday because it's graphic and that's all I'm going to say. But I want to give that warning in advance. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning on. Thanks to the mods for handling business as well. Shout out to the Janza Club for the interview with Umar Johnson. It was a softball interview, but at least they did it. It looks like they're doing good work. They got a lot of subscribers and stuff as well. So much success to them moving forward. Also, thanks to everyone inside the Cook Crush Chat for all of your support and for all the likes. And thanks to the mods, I got to say it again, for handling business inside the chat room here during this live stream. Okay, Cook Crush Chat's undefeated. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. And I'll talk to y'all very, very soon. All right, y'all take care. Peace.